Grand rising loungers. I hope everybody is doing great on this Sunday morning. Listen, guys, we are going to talk about some sector topics and kind of do like a sector weekend review, and just talk about some of the things that we have seen over the week during in the sector. And just kind of go over those things and talk about maybe what some possibilities will be for this week. Okay. I definitely wanted to touch base on some particular points in regards to sector men versus sector women. There tends to have been some conversation in regards to this the other day, and I am definitely going to touch bases on that. Okay. We're going to go over LV's picks and what my picks are for the queen and king of the sector that's coming up, and do a little bit of community wall talk as well. Okay. Definitely appreciate all of you for being in the building. Make sure that you guys do hit the like button on the way in. And everybody that will catch the replay with this, make sure that you guys do hit that like as well. Let's go ahead and get into it, guys. I'm going to go ahead and play us a quick timer to warm us up, and then we're going to be right into it, okay? All right, guys. I hope everybody is doing as well as I am today. I did just unblock Piccola Love, so I understand that my rogue moderator is still out here blocking people every so often, but I most definitely do check that studio every time we go live. And I'm also looking in the studio and leave the studio up while we're live. Shout out to Chat Lives who gave me that idea. And I have been doing that ever since. So that kind of has definitely brought that blocking thing down to a minimum because of that. But the people that are my moderators, I like them being my moderators, right? I get it. I know that they're playing silly ass games, right? And it's fine with me. It's now, it's kind of like a running joke. So either way, just know that I am watching and I'm paying attention, and you're not just running around just roguely blocking people without me noticing. Okay, because I'm definitely noticing. I'm also getting messages behind the scenes letting me know when things like that happen. Okay, and I also get messages in the chats as well where people let me know certain things like that. So shout out to y'all who always come around and always support the show. But let's go ahead and get started into this. What's up, Steph Collins? I appreciate you being in the building. You said, yay, the time is right with T-Pre. Appreciate you coming in the building, sis. And Vici, I appreciate you as well. Grand Rising, the beautiful Bernice, I appreciate you. You said good morning, Miss T-Pre and chat. What's up, West Bank? Appreciate you. You here in the brand early morning hours this morning. I definitely appreciate you being in the building. You said it's top of the AM, Miss T-Pre. Pill, salute. I appreciate you being in the building. You said salute, Chocolate Star. Definitely appreciate your support, bro. What's up, Darrell? D Darrell Life Solutions. Definitely appreciate the Godfather coming in. And you said, what's up to the Secktah? And you said, hey to the Godmother. Definitely appreciate you for being in the building this morning. And everybody else that's in the clouds, I appreciate you guys as well. Guys, we're going to talk about these meltdowns, these community walls, okay, that's going on out here. We're going to talk about Secktah men versus Secktah women and some of the kerfuffles in the past week or two that some of the men have been in and some of the things that the women have been in. And let's compare this stuff, okay? Because there was this conversation yesterday. And shout out to P. I don't got no beef with P or anything like that. I think me and P are good. I've had conversations with him in the past. About both of our behavior. I've cussed P out. He's cussed me out. We'll probably end up doing that again at some point. It doesn't really matter. But at the end of the day, just like he's a content creator and he speaks on things, so am I, right? I'm a content creator. I speak on things as well. And one of the things that has come up recently, and I want to give my opinion about this, okay? And then we'll go ahead and we'll move forward. What has come forward recently is kind of like the Secktah rules of engagement, right? What's acceptable in the Secktah, what's not acceptable in the Secktah. One of the things that has come forward is that if a person who is not a content creator comes on and gets on a panel, whether they're getting on a panel through another content creator or whatever the case may be, if they get on that panel and they start giving their commentary on what is going on in the Secktah, they then become fair game. Okay, let's be real. Okay, if you put your kids right online on YouTube to discuss Secktah topics, if my kids decided to hop up here and get into a beef with Breaking the Culture right behind what me and her go through, or they start commenting on it, on panels and whatnot, they then become fair game to the Secktah. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I can't get mad at anybody else for coming at them if, they decided to hop out here and start giving their commentary on it. They listen. Sometimes some of the kids listen. Other people in the family listen. Some of my club members listen and stuff like that. And they don't get up and they don't say nothing. Y'all don't know when they're here. Y'all never know when they're listening in, not only just to me, but other content creators in the Secktah. They've learned who other people are based off of conversations I've had and different things like that. Like, for instance, a lot of them have watched Photon shows, right? Some of them have watched, yes, adult children, yeah. Some of them have watched Photon, some watch D. Darrell. They watch multiple other content creators in the Secktah just based off of what I have said. Some of them have watched Shakim, and other ones. But you never see them drop out the clouds. They're not on there with troll accounts or any of this shit, right? They're just there for the entertainment, right? And they laugh sometimes they tune out depending on what y'all talking about, okay? But if I decided to bring them on the panel with me, or if I was on live and then they come in the room and start giving commentary, I can't get mad, if they're talking about another content creator. I can't get mad if that content creator then decides to drag them in these streets, right? Or decides to talk shit back, or decides to say something back, right? Now, yes, absolutely, it would be my right to, and their right to continue to go back and forth with that content creator. It's a two-way street, though, in other words, right? You can't say, oh, this person is my child, or this person is my husband, or this person is my wife, and so therefore they're off limits. Absolutely, they would be off limits if you weren't bringing them on the panel, right? But when they're coming on the panel, they become on limits and a part of this sector as much as anybody else, okay? I think that is a difference, though. And I want to say this, too, because there is a difference when it comes to somebody who's in the chat room and they never get on panels. They never come out and give direct commentary on something, right? If somebody is just in a chat room and they can agree with something you've said in that conversation at that moment, I don't think that makes them fair game, right? But if they get on the panel with you and give full commentary on another comment or another content creator or another subject that's going on within the sector, they become commentary. Like that's literally what it is, okay? Now, I've even seen it where people in the comment section have become commentary, have become content, right? Because of some idea that they said in the, in the comment sections, right? I've even seen that happen. And those people are not content creators. Those people don't say anything. They just might give a comment, just based off of what was said at that moment or what's going on. But I've even seen them become, commentary. So if somebody in the chat room can actually become content, imagine how much more somebody who hits the panel becomes content, okay? I'm just saying, that goes for anybody, okay? That's not to anybody in particular, so don't get your panties in a bunch coming for T-Pre. At the end of the day, okay, if you decide to open your mouth and give any type of commentary against anybody in this sector, you then become commentary. That's just what it is. Like, I don't know why it would be anything different. And like I said, you are absolutely entitled to give your commentary on whatever commentary they give, right? You're entitled to go back and forth with that person if that's what you choose to do. But you can't come in this space and you're the, only you get to say something and nobody gets to say anything to you back. Like that's not how that works, okay? And if you choose to not, if you really don't want your family members to become commentary and to become content, then you should keep them off of YouTube. You should keep them out of the comment sections, right? You should keep them off the panels. You know what I mean? If that's really what you want to do. And that's just, that's just kind of how that goes. Me personally, you're not going to see my kids getting up on these panels and carrying on. You're not going to see my family, my mom and all them getting up on these panels. Okay. They're just not going to do it. Now we might talk amongst one another, you know what I'm saying? When I cut this camera off and, they might give me their opinion about something, but they're not going to come and tell y'all their opinion about anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because they already know how treacherous you niggas are. Okay. So it just is what it is. And, I just wanted to give my opinion about that, because I think that's important. I also think it's important to understand that if you're in this space and you're giving commentary about, as a content creator, right? If you're giving, it's one thing to come and, kind of like come into this space every now and then to speak or whatever, like We on Lock does, like Poetic Flacco does, even like Max V does, right? Every so often, Max V will fall out my clouds, right? Every so often, I'll see him fall out of somebody else's clouds. It might be once every 6 or 7 months, right? It might even be longer than that before I see these people. But when they do come, they come and they say hello and whatever. They don't give much commentary on stuff because they don't really know what's going on, right? So they don't give a whole lot of commentary. They just speak and say hi or whatever. If you, and so therefore there are people that do come to this space, that participate in this space, and then they leave this space and they literally don't come back, right? Like they don't come back, meaning you can't go up and down their timeline in the past year or two and they have any subjects about anybody in this sector or anything concerning or surrounding the sector whatsoever. Okay. CJ, or not, I was going to call him CJ So Cool, but C Rock Smooth is another example of that, right? A person who, does not make any commentary about this sector whatsoever, right? Every so often, though, he will fall out of Darrell's Clouds or somebody else and say hi, right? But he's not talking about the sector. Tiff Griff is another example of that, right? A person who used to be heavy in the sector is no longer here. She does not make any commentary in regards to the sector whatsoever, but every so often she will come and drop out of somebody's clouds around here to speak and say hello. Okay. So those are prime examples of, I am a content creator. I don't talk about you niggas. And so therefore don't talk about me, right? Even if you do talk about me, I don't notice it because most of the time I'm not here. I don't know what's going on. And so therefore I don't have anything to respond to because I'm not here, right? In a case like that would be very understandable to say, those things. But if you're actually making content about content creators, like if somebody can go to your page and they can see the names of either the Umar Johnson sector or anybody in the sector, right, or anything like that in your titles, you're a content creator in this space. Like, that's just what it is, right? As badly as you might want to separate yourself from that, you're a content creator in this space. Now, how I've been able to do that, right? Which this kind of leads me into what I want to say about Photon. How I've been able to do that is I created about 4 other channels. I want to say 4 channels, right? 1 out of 4 of those channels is doing absolutely successful. The other channels I'm just sitting on, right? I'm not really doing anything with. I've got a couple of you that are subscribed to some of those channels. I haven't touched those channels, and you guys know that. But for this other channel, none of y'all know about that, right? And it's because I wanted to make it successful. I wanted to do things a certain way, right? I wanted to see if I could organically grow that channel without the help of anybody in this sector or without doing anything like that, and just following some of the sauce guidelines that I've gotten from larger content creators. And I was able to do that, right? So a lot of us are actually doing that. We have other channels and other spaces, that are successful. And this is kind of like one of them burner channels that you can come to and just talk trash, right? You can come to and enjoy the fuckery in the sector, come around and keep it in the sector, right? Do something like that. Like, you can create another channel that has nothing to do with the sector at all, you know what I mean? And grow that channel and be successful with that. And then you could use this channel to talk your shit or, whatever you're going to do. That is a possibility. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of us that are actually doing that. In that case, right, you're still a content creator in this space. So I'm still a content creator in this space, even though I have a whole nother channel that does true crime, right? That's in a whole nother sector, that you guys haven't seen. And if you have, I don't know you've seen it, right? So, but the point is, I can't then turn around just because I have a successful channel over somewhere else. I can't turn around and be like, well, I ain't part of this sector. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm talking about people in the sector. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm either leaving the sector and I'm not talking about anybody in the sector and I'm focusing strictly on that channel alone, or I am coming over here and I am giving commentary right over here, and also over there, but that would make me a content creator in both spaces. And so therefore, if I'm in this space and I'm giving commentary on any of y'all or any of the subjects in this sector, I cannot turn around and expect the rules of engagement to change for me because I have a different channel. No, I can expect to be talked about. I can expect to be dragged. I can expect for people to give their opinions about me. And that's just that. Okay. So I need everybody to kind of get on that same page and really understand that. And that it really doesn't have anything to do with you personally, right? It's literally the space we're in. This is the type of sector we have, right? It's the kind of thing that goes on here. It's a roasting sector. Okay. So, and it's a sector where, if you give out certain amount of roasts, if you do certain things a certain way, then, you would be the king, the queen, you would be the prize winner in these cases, right? So that's kind of just the space we're in. And the rules of engagement don't change, individually. They are the same for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So again, if you don't want to participate in those rules of engagement, you must completely exit stage left. Like that's what you got to do. You can't sit here and create content and make content and talk about the sector and then expect not to be talked about. That's just kind of how that goes. Okay. And it's kind of a thorn in our side, to hear anybody complain about what the sector is actually about. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know that, it's a bunch of fuckery, it's a bunch of darkness. We already get that. But it is literally a thorn in our side to just get, lectured about these rules of engagement when that's literally what the sector is built on, right? It's like lecturing someone on building their house, on the bricks of a house when the house was built on bricks, right? Like, that's just what it is. If you want something different, you got to go somewhere else and create it. Like, that's just what it is. You're not going to get it here, okay? Because that's what this space is, okay? So I just wanted to kind of say that. And that leads me into what I wanted to say about Photania, okay? And shout out to Photania. I'm not really beefing with Photon, y'all. I be talking my shit or whatever. I be trying to get under his skin just like he tries to get under mine. But one of the things I will say is I get kind of sick of hearing Photon talk about how he wants to build business with certain people in the sector and he's trying to put people on and he's trying to do this and trying to do that. I need Photon to understand something, that he's not, and I'm not taking away from him that he does have some sauce to this YouTube thing, right? He does. He has a couple of channels. And they're successful as far as subscriber wise and stuff like that. I can't say whether they're successful as far as monetization, because there's a big difference in views and subscribers and monetized views. We've already had this conversation ad nauseum in the past week or two. Okay. But the bottom line is, anybody can create a channel and have 100,000 subscribers in a couple of weeks, depending on what you're talking about, depending on what's going on. Okay. But the bottom line is, in order to really make money or to really do anything with this, you got to be engaging with people. There's other things that you got to be doing too, so that you create a relationship with your audience and so forth. Just uploading a bunch of videos every week is not creating a rapport with your audience. Okay. And I don't really see how that could, create all this stuff. What I am saying though, is I will give him that he does know how to create a channel and get people to subscribe. Okay. That means absolutely nothing. Okay. When, it comes down to making money and when it comes down to business. Okay. Also, when you want to work with people and you want to work in business, nobody wants to work with an asshole. Like, that's just that. Okay. When you spend a whole 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours cussing everybody the fuck out, talking shit, talking about all the women. You got all this heat and energy for Teresa and T-Pre and all the women that AAS wants you to talk about, right? Literally, she's the one that holds you back. when it comes to that kind of stuff, right? Because all you can do is do that. Nobody wants to work with you doing that. Like, I get it. I think it's funny and it's cutesy and everything else, but no real people are going to work with you regarding that, especially when there are so many other choices, right? Because there's people in our sector, such as the likes of Ray, such as the likes of Riz, and other people that also know that same sauce. You understand? And they're successful at it, and they're making real money, right? So that's just in our sector alone. There's other sectors too where people are doing the same things, okay? And they are offering the same, influences. They're offering the same help and assistance with doing that. If somebody really wanted to grow their YouTube channel and become successful at it and continue to grow it, it could be done outside of you, Photon. Nobody has to sit and listen to you for hours on end, calling all the women bitches and hoes and fat bitches and all this other stuff, and then be like, oh yeah, I want to get what he got. Like, you got to understand that. We listen to you because it's fucking entertainment, not because we want to get plugged in and we want to get put down with how to become a successful YouTuber. No. We listen to you, sir, because it's entertainment. That's the reason, okay? And most of the time when you start going in on the bitches and the females and all that shit, I cut you the fuck off because there's other people I can go listen to. I'll tune back in, come back, see if you're still ranting and raving about Teresa or my grandfather or somebody, that AAS and breaking the culture wants you to talk about. I'll tune back in to see whether or not that happens. If it's still going on, I move on, right? If you're stopped and you're talking about something new, I might listen in for a second, but that is exactly what happens with you. And you need to understand, Photon, okay, that there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of content creators out here that have that same fucking sauce on how to build and be successful at YouTube, okay? Plenty of people. I even have some pointers myself. I can tell people things myself, but I just haven't created that space and nobody's really asked for it, right? So a lot of times when people, you're not asked for something, it's not really something that's necessary to say, right? And then there's different ways of going about it. So, it's, my way might not work for you, or your way might not work for me. You might have to talk to a few content creators who have been successful at this, grab this here, grab this there, put that all together in your own pot and create your own, your own lane. Okay. Which is something that I did. So, and again, that would be the advice that I would give. So all this yelling and screaming and jumping down women's throats and thinking that is what's going to create your base of people that would want to work with you, you are sadly mistaken. Okay. Nobody wants to go into business with a dickhead. Like, that's just it. Okay. Especially when you can literally get that same advice from anybody else. Okay. Who is not going to be an asshole, who is not going to be talking about me getting molested, who's not going to be talking about all these things. These would be where I would go. Okay. And that's just that. That's just that. But shout out to me because I'm actually doing that, right? I'm not running around here still trying to beg people of such as the likes of Photon for assistance on how to grow this and how to get this done. I've actually, put that work in. So shout out to me for that. But either way, I just want to touch bases on that as well. I'm gonna need you to tone down the coke allegedly, or whatever, sir, because these meltdowns are getting out of control. Okay, out of control. I don't know, but you did change the channel over to beta male or some shit like that. God knows what you're going to be doing now, whose videos you're going to be plagiarizing and uploading, but it is what it is. It's fine. We're here for it, okay? Because you are most definitely a part of this sector as well. And we do fuck with Photon, I fuck with Photon. Like I said, I don't got no beef with him or anything like that. But, I just have to be telling this nigga about himself sometime. Because I think a lot of times he's just unaware of that shit, right? Like, I think he really just don't get it. But yeah, hopefully that was the final Maserati meltdown that we saw. And that he will move on with his life. Hopefully, we won't have any granddaddy meltdowns anymore, or any Teresa meltdowns anymore, or any other meltdowns. And he will really start teaching us about the bag and stop disrespecting everybody and telling everybody how unimportant we all are. Since we're all unimportant, we'll just tune into you whenever we feel like it or not, and just move on. And that's how that'll go. And you'll still continue to get 100,000 subscribers, not making any money. Okay. So, but either way, let's go ahead and move on to, let's see. Let's talk about a little bit of LV's picks. Because what I wanted to do, I wanted to bring that up. I wanted to definitely talk about my picks on what's going on with LV as well. And just give you guys my commentary on it. I did definitely think that the lineups, some of those lineups were crazy. Okay. And some of them were not. Some of them were pretty cool. Some of them were self-explanatory on who I would choose, and who I believe that the Secktah would choose as well. But some of this stuff is not as self-explanatory. There are some of these that I do think are a little bit, something to think about for sure. So I do want to go over these posts and go over these videos, these photos, okay? Because these are crazy, and it's a lot. So, you know what? I'm gonna have to pull it up on my phone because I don't know why I can't get it to get. When you click into it, it's supposed to get smaller, but it doesn't. So, not for me. So either way, let me go ahead and pull it up on my phone. Make sure that you guys do hit the like button. I definitely appreciate everybody in the building. Let me go ahead and acknowledge you guys while I'm doing that. And hold on, let's see. I think I've seen the bestie come in here. Okay, let me go in here. You said I blocked 3 of Antonio Barnes' accounts. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I saw those. That was fine because he was in here bugging the other day. And yeah, Darrell, adult children, right? For sure. You said, okay, yeah, they are fair game and spouses too who come out the clouds. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. Like, you can't expect, if your husband or your wife or your child gets, your grown child, not a little kid, but if your grown child gets on the panel, right, and starts talking trash about people in the sector, what you mean they can't be, they shouldn't be talked about? Of course they can, because they're giving commentary. So that's kind of how that works, right? And again, if you don't want to be commentary, then you might just not want to, be talking about people in the sector. That's just kind of how that goes, right? And that goes with anybody. Hold on, let me read the rest of these comments and then we'll do LV. You said, if I can roast them from the chat, I can't complain if I get roasted, in my opinion. Yeah, and and that does happen, right? I mean, there's people that do roast from the chat too. You're right. There's also people that just give like say what I'm saying right now, and somebody says, "You right, girl," or "I agree," right? I don't think that does necessarily, make them commentary per se. Because they, you never know. The chats move slow sometimes. Sometimes people are way behind in a video and they might be commenting on something you said earlier in the video, you know what I mean? Or something like that. And so it might not coincide with what you're saying right now. So I don't think everybody in the chat room necessarily should get that work, right? Depending on what's being said. Now, if you're in the chat room just spamming the chat with a whole bunch of stuff, if you're going in on somebody from the chat, you talking all that trash, you saying this, saying that, you going in about this, about that, then yeah, you become commentary, right? Because you're giving a full-fledged opinion about something going on in the sector, So, you become commentary at that point. What's up, Spirit Mouse Media? Definitely appreciate you being in the building. You said, hey, what's going on, T-Pre? Congrats on the new grandchild. Thank you very, very much. Grandbaby and daughter are doing very well. So thank you very much. I do appreciate that. You said super facts. Tiff Griff. Peace, Ray. I appreciate you being in the building. I know I seen your picture, bestie, up there. But peace for you for coming in the building. You said, hey, Miss T-Pre in chat. Hey, I am Nevia. I appreciate you being in the building. You said, oh, So we're not good enough for your other channels, T. The absolute cheek of it all. No, of course you are. It's just when you throw these channels together, right? I'm really trying to be successful with that channel, and I've been doing a really great job at it. Um, and when you're trying to do that, you cannot connect the dots between those channels and this sector. Like for me, I've noticed that, and the ones that I did try to do that with, that's why they're sitting there dormant, because it wasn't going to go anywhere. With the one that I did not tell anybody about, that one is doing really well. And, maybe one day I'll marry the two together. But right now, I think we're good. I think I'm okay. Definitely, for sure. You said, if I hear don't speak on you one more time, all right? Just say it. He said Fothong BBL is a loser. I love that name for him. I like that better than Fotiana, because I got Fotiana down, for 500. But I'm gonna go ahead with Fothong BBL. Okay. You said Steph Collins. You said for real though, beautiful, the beautiful Bernice, right? You said, hey, Miss T Pre-Mods in chat. What's going on, Miss Murph? Definitely appreciate you being in the building. And Teresa, I hope you're doing well, and the family as well. My condolences are to you and the family. And I hope that you're doing well, sis. You said, yep, and I don't have a problem giving out the sauce. Been doing YouTube since 2005. Thank you, Riz. There's others who are like literally right in this space. Okay. Like you can go and you can email these people. You can, whatever, reach out to them for any pointers and stuff like that. But you do not have to go and get beat down and browbeat and abused and disrespected for somebody to give you how to make money on YouTube. It's not that fucking deep, bro. It really ain't. You said, Miss Murph, Ray titties. You said, hey, Riz, the lyricist. You said, Miss Murph, you're. Hey, Diggable Logic. That's definitely appreciate you being in the building. You said Toast Miss T Pre-Loungers. Sunday brunch. East Coast time. Yes, yes. You said we're goofies. He doesn't need us. Exactly. We're all goofies, He don't need anything from us, So move the fuck on, my guy. Like that's what you're doing, all right? But we gonna make this money, and we damn sure don't need you to make it. And that's it. That's on God. Especially immediately if somebody leads me with how many subscribers they have, I am automatically turned off with what they're saying. Okay, I'm literally turned off by what they're saying when they start talking about how many subscribers they've gained or how many subscribers they have, or something like that. That immediately turns me off. If you're not talking about the ways to make money on YouTube, because subscriber counts is not it. The ways to make real money on YouTube. If you're not talking about that, you've already turned me the fuck off. You've already move me in the other direction. You said TP asked Tiff P asked to exclude from contest last night. Nuh-uh. Stop playing. Tiff P, Tiff P. We are not excluding you from this. Okay, sis, you are most definitely a content creator. We love you. You are officially the official godmother of the sector. I'm not even the official godmother. Okay, you are the official godmother. Ain't nobody taking you out of this. girl. Okay, I love you, girl, but you ain't about to do that. You said not dickhead. Haven't heard that in a while. I'm just saying, right? If you a whole dickhead, don't nobody want to fuck with no dickheads out here. Like, nigga, you got me fucked up. You better sit the fuck down somewhere when I can go talk to Ray Titties, right? Or Riz Lyricist or some shit. Just saying. And you said, hey, to Riz. You said, Ray, you said, I hear you. Mm-hmm. You said Riz Lyricist remix calling me Ray Titties had to be the funniest name I've ever been called. That is a funny ass name. Like, I have to say that name is hilarious. That's why I just said it. But shout out to Ray, the bestie. He said, the beautiful Bernice, Miss Murph. Hey, Hood Conservative, I appreciate you and your funny ass being in the building, always out here to come at CE, speaking with the spectacular vernacular and whatnot. Shit, definitely appreciate you, bro. Definitely another successful content creator that completely understands the game of monetization and the game of YouTube and how to make money. And it damn sure is not through, I can have 1 million subscribers, okay? 1 million subscribers and still be flat fucking broke, okay? On God. On God. Just saying. You said diggable logic. You said, Darrell, I don't understand why Tiff P has to ask to be removed. If she doesn't engage, then what's the problem with her YouTube name being in a bracket? Yeah, like I agree with that, or with anybody, right? And I missed where that was, so let me know where that was so I can go check it out. Um, but yeah, I think it's kind of silly to want to be removed. Like I said, y'all are content creators that come into this space and give commentary on this space. I can see if Tiff had completely moved on to the MO3 sector or the beef sector or the black sector or whatever, and you never give any commentary over anything over here. You were just live talking about Carrie Ann the other day. Like, what are you talking about, Tiff? Y'all are always talking about something going on in this sector. So how do you expect as a content creator to not be included in the brackets? I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I can see, like I said, if you were just completely inactive or you were talking about something else, right? But you're still over here and you're still very much a part of the sector. You're also in the chats. You're also, here regularly in the chat rooms, and so forth. So I don't get it. I don't get it at all. You said, hey, to the beautiful Bernice. You said, salute. You said, I am Nivea. You said, hoodie. You said, the beautiful Bernice, top of the morning. You said, Steph Collins, you tripping on a Sunday morning. You said, HC 2024 US. You said, the beautiful Bernice, hey, hope you're well. Did you change the spelling in your name? No, I think it's been Bernice for the longest time. You said, no, your godmother ordained. Okay. You said, yes, she did for legal reasons at godmother. For what? Okay. All right. What's up, LV? Appreciate you being in the building. You said Tip P is the defending champion. Hell no, I can't take her off. Absolutely not. That's not happening. That's not happening. And LV, it's your show, right? It's your content. This is something very creative that you have come up with and that has proven to be successful. It's fun for the sector. It gives us a different perspective. It gives us something new, something fresh. And I don't know why anybody is trying to make you change anything, because I don't think you should change anything about it at all. It's not like, there's some real Emmy or Grammy award on the line or some shit like that, right? And even with that, like, when do you ever see artists out here denying wanting to be part of it? They will just simply not show up, right? If they get the award, they just don't attend, right? Like, literally, most of the time nowadays, they're not even in attendance. Somebody is taking the reward on their behalf or whatever, but they're not going out of their way to get on these social platforms and be like, take me out of the Grammy Awards, you know what I mean? Or take me out of the Emmy Award. They're not doing that shit. They just don't attend, right? That's it. It's so easy. If it bothers you to that level, why tune in, right? Just don't tune into it. It's pretty much that simple. But taking you out of it, I don't understand the point or the purpose of doing it. So, but either way, you said, yes, I did. I am Nivea. It's a bear thing. Right. You said, the beautiful Bernice, I am. You said, Ray, for real, shit stuck with me. LOL, right? You said, take that 3 times. Right. You said, we'll just call her If P for legal reasons. Okay. You said, on her community post. Okay, I got to take a look at that. You said, and I'll take a look at that when we go to the community walls, because we got some stuff to go over with these community walls. Okay. You said, oh, I was just thinking, I'm sure that wasn't your name before, the beautiful Bernice. Yeah, it was Bernice before, and then it became Bernice, but it's been Bernice for a while. You said, so I garner people can make sly comments towards me, but I can't reciprocate when you can pretend to be friends with a person you don't know online, let alone how they look or what their real names. And you said, hey to Vici. Mama Wata, you said T-Pri is the godmother. No need for a vote. What's up, Mama Wata? I appreciate that. And you said, my name is Bernice. I am Nevia. I just added the letter A. All right. So you said, I did give Tiff a response in that post. Okay. So we'll get to those in just a second. Let me first do the brackets for you and tell you guys what my opinions are of those brackets. And then we'll get into the rest. Okay. All right. So the first one is the men, right? So it was CE versus Chad T. Now, I'm going to be honest, okay? I'm going to tell y'all that I think that that's a tough one, all right? Because I actually like both of them. CE is funny. He gets on my nerves. He irritates me, but he's still a part of our sector. And I actually do like him. I don't dislike him, right? I don't like some of the things he has done. I don't like some of the things he has said, right? But I don't dislike him. Like, I don't really have no beef with him or anything like that. As well as, okay, you said, I just read that, LV. Great response. Okay, and I'll be reading that out loud to the rest of the sector too. Well, you guys can go over and take a look at it, but we're also going to go over to it and then come back here. Now, I do like CE, like I said. Like, I don't think there's some things about him that I don't like, but for the most part, I think he's really fucking funny. I'll be honest. Okay, I think he's hilarious. I always laugh. Sometimes I get irritated when I hear his intro, right? Because I know it's plagiarized, and I also know that he has been saying it for so long. But that kind of is what makes him unique, right? So I don't think that he isn't a good contender for this, right? Chad T has just started hitting panels this year, so he's kind of like the chat nigga who is the new panel rookie of the year, right? That comes out and has created not only one production, but is on the verge of making another production right now. Okay, where he has Sexy Toy and Samba Queen. He has produced that, and now he's trying to get Mona and Carrie Ann, and which will be another great Chad T production. So shout out to Chad T. He definitely holds down the chat rooms. He definitely will give you that work in these chats. I have went back and forth with the likes of Chad T, but I also laugh and joke with Chad T as well, and I have a great time doing it. So that is going to be a really hard one for me to choose from when it comes to those two. But if I had to choose one of them, it would probably be Chad T, and that's because of the 820. I never got over that 820 over CE. Okay, I just have not. So because of that, I would probably choose Chad T, but I do fuck with both of them. Slander God and Photon. That is also another tough one, right? Because I like both of them too. I like both of them as content creators. I think both of their channels are full of the bullshit and the fuckery. Okay, definitely. However, if I had to choose one, I would choose Slander God, and that's because he has more people engaging with him. Okay, he knows how to engage his audience without pissing his audience off. He's got the whole chat fees thing going, and that itself it influences how great his channel is and how successful the channel is, how successful the shows are. So I most definitely I'm gonna have to give that to Chad T. Now, if Photon wasn't on every single show cussing out all the women and like telling the chat they ain't shit and all this other stuff and how he don't need nobody and all that stuff, Photon would definitely be an excellent contender, right? And I think that there was a time where it was like that. It was a time where Photon, he really could compete with a Slander God, right? But in this case, Slander literally knows how to engage his audience and keep his audience engaged throughout the entire show, without insulting anybody. Even if he got to block you or whatever, you're still not going to be insulted because you already get the ad fees. You already understand the whole thing, and that's just what it is. And you're going to keep coming back and keep engaging. Photon, you just got a lot of cloud watchers, right? You got a lot of people that come and watch in the clouds because we don't want to participate in this because we don't know what you're going to say or do next, right? We don't know how things are going to go. On the app, it's a little bit different. We can go in there, we can talk our shit, speak our speech. Somebody might pay a fee to get us out. Somebody else going to pay our bail to get us back in, and then we're going to be back at it again. And Slander God is going to stay neutral throughout it all. So, I can fuck with that. I can definitely fuck with that. So I got to give that to the Slander God. Let's go ahead and go on to Propane and Triggs. That also, guys, is another one that is pretty fucking tough, okay? However, if I had to give it to one of them, it would be Triggs. And that's only because of the consistency, right? Like Triggs goes live a little bit more. He talks a lot more about sector content and things of that nature. Now, Propane definitely has his moments. He has had his times. And probably about a year ago, I would have had a different response. It would have been Propane over Triggs. First of all, I didn't like Triggs a year ago, right? Second of all, Propane was doing a lot more as far as the sector was concerned, and he was holding down the sector when it came to those night shows and stuff like that. So I would have gave it to Propane then, but now I would have to give it to Triggs just because of his engagement with the sector, how I have overcame, the things that I was dealing with Triggs, and also how I see his engagement with his audience is probably one of the best I've seen in on YouTube, right? When it comes to engaging the audience and keeping the audience interested in, being involved in the sector, making the intros and different things for everybody is genius, right? And stuff like that. And so those are the reasons why I would have to give it to Triggs. Let's go with the next one. We got Rev G versus Drama. We all fucking know goddamn well Rev G don't stand a chance in Black Lounge, okay, when it comes to my drama and what Drama is talking about. Drama is by far definitely over Rev G. Rev G cannot bring anything to this table at all when it comes to the sector other than crying and whining and, feeling sorry for himself and getting fired. He can definitely show us how to get fired, right? And so forth, but he doesn't bring any substance to this sector whatsoever. Drama, however, has been holding the sector down for probably 2 years plus. On Friday nights, he goes live at 10 o'clock consistently. He has never been late that I've seen, and he is always bringing some fire content. He has come up with things such as the likings of the sector, the sector commandments, and various things like that. Even though he hasn't followed every single one, right? But for the most part, he has, or he has at least got us to reflect on those things even a year or two later, where we're still using such information, for the sector. So shout out to Drama. He most definitely gets that vote from me. The next one was Shakim versus Binary. I don't give a fuck about either one of them. I'll be honest. I don't care who wins on either one of them. I probably won't even vote on that. I'll be honest. I don't really care. But if I did have to vote on it, right? If it was like an absolute must and somebody was saying that it's a life-threatening thing if I don't vote, I would probably vote for Shakim Ra. I really would. And I'll tell you why. Shakim is more consistent than Binary in the sector. Shakim has proven himself as a roaster in the sector. Even though I don't like him and I don't like what he has done, I don't like a lot of things that he has done. I don't fuck with this dusty bitch anymore, right? Because I'm sick of his bullshit. But at the end of the day, a good content creator is a good content creator, and I will hand him that. He has been in the game for a long time, and he has done a lot in this sector. Okay, he has successfully in the past brought down Anti's channel. He is still roasting her ass to this day. He's still roasting Rev G and is still able to be friends with her besties. Okay, so you got to give that nigga that. Like, you got to give him the ultimate troll of the year when it comes to Rev G and AAS. If he can be cupcaking with her minions, okay, and still be roasting her motherfucking ass every goddamn day. So you got to hand that to Shakim. All right, even though I can't stand his bitch ass and he's still fucking blocked in this bitch, I will fucking give him that if I had to vote for his ugly ass. Binary, on the other hand, Binary's not really consistent with the sector. He talks about other things, though. He does talk about other content outside of the sector. And I enjoy that content. I actually watch it, and I enjoy, his Black content that he talks about, and some other things that he talks about as well. But when it comes down to sector content, I can't stand it because I just don't like it. And it's not consistent. It really isn't. And then most of the time he's spinning some dumbass narrative. Shakim will spin narratives too, but he'll put some truth into some of his stories, right? Not all of them, but binary it's a full narrative from top to bottom. Okay. So I can't fuck with that bullshit. So, and also he likes to, touch women unsuspectedly. So I can't fuck with binary. Even though Shakim, we don't know what type of woman he likes at all. At least we know, that he's not out here unsuspectedly touching women. Okay, so we got to definitely give this to Shakim. Now, let's go ahead and get with Darrell and Logic. This one hurt my heart. That one hurt my fucking feelings. I don't know why, LV, you put both of these niggas together and think that I am supposed to choose between these two, okay? I actually fuck with both of them personally, and, also fuck with them when it comes to these YouTube streets as well, okay? And I don't want to make a decision between those two. I'm not going to lie to you. I really don't want to make a decision between those two at all. I don't. They both support me the same. They both give me the same amount of care. They both are moderators in my chat. I fuck with both of them, and I think they're both powerhouses, right? I know that there's one that may be more popular than the other, but that all kind of depends on who's looking at it too, But either way, I like both of them, and I refuse to be telling y'all who I'm going to vote for or whether I'm going to vote for one of them two or not. Okay, so we're going to move right on past them too. The next one is Smoke and P. I like both of them as well. I actually fuck with both of them. I can't say, that one is better than the other. Now, if I had to choose one, right? I had to choose one of them. I might step on some toes, right? But if I had to choose one of them, it would be Smoke. And I'm going to tell you why. Smoke has been around as a content creator for a much longer time, okay? He has been through some hellified kerfuffles out this motherfucker, okay? He has been through some shit. I'm talking about he has been in the trenches fighting back and forth with niggas and bitches, and particularly with niggas, okay? And he has had some fights that have definitely given us some real entertainment, okay? His previous years in 2020, 2021, when he was really going strong, those were the years that Smoke was really in the trenches with this stuff. And then he went on a hiatus for a while. And then when he came back swinging, okay? So I got to give him that. Also, he has had my back many, many a times, and I've respected that. And I will continue to respect that and continue to respect him as well. And I fuck with Smoke. I really do. I've even had my fallouts with him, right? But I really do fuck with the Smoke. And I think that he has a lot to offer to the sector. I just wish that, I'll say this. I just wish that he didn't think everything was so personal, like just about him. Because believe it or not, a lot of things that he deals with, many of us content creators have faced. We just don't say anything about it, or we don't talk about it as much. But we definitely do face the very same things that you face, Smoke. And I wish that you had known that, right? Or would know that and understand that you're not by yourself with that, right? It's pretty difficult though. And I've said this before. It's really difficult when you're a content creator and you're facing these things, as opposed to somebody who never turns on that camera, never turns on that microphone, and doesn't really talk about these things, and then you get that critique. It takes a while to get used to getting that critique. It takes a while to understand that as a content creator, you're going to get that critique and that it's not personal, right? And it took me a while to get to that point too. And I think it takes every content creator to get to that point. And I think that they'll see, over time how that goes. And right, Smoke doesn't delete his lives. I will go into that as well in just a second. P doesn't either. But let's go into P and what I do like about P, right? I do like that P brings another sense of flavor to the sector. I think that P has been very consistent as well recently, but P is just starting in the game. And I think we need a little bit more time with P as far as a content creator, not just somebody who visits panels, but a content creator. I think we need a little bit more time with P on how he's going to carry the channel. The reason why, P, is because for me, is in particular, is because of the video you just made. And I'm going to talk about that. Okay, we're going to talk about that in just a few moments, right? Because there was some commentary that came out the other day from like a person such as a Snuggles, right? I don't believe it was Snuggles, but it was somebody like that. Could have been Secktah Puppet, could have been Snuggles, could have been anybody. But they said, when you're making content, your content also has to be female friendly. It can't just be, a bunch of going in on this and going in on that, because otherwise you have a sausage party. Okay, so we'll get into that in just a moment. But I do like the fact that P has as much energy as he has. I think P is very creative. I think he's really good with whatever software he's using. I like that. And keep that up for sure. And definitely keep going. But we need a little bit more time to see which way you're going to go. Okay. If you're going to, take this into the sausage party direction, or if this is a content and a sector friendly space, right? Is this a space where the women have to be concerned that we're going to be on a thumbnail next, right? Is this a space where, we're going to be disrespected because of somebody else's kerfuffle with that woman, and stuff like that? Or is this now going to be, a space where we can come and chill with you and come up on the panel and be like, what's up, P? Because from what I'm seeing, the majority of the women actually like you, and would like to, interact with you. But if we're going to be the subject of conversation, every week because somebody else or some other woman that you're trying to impress, is what you're choosing to do, you're going to see how easily and how quickly that is going to be a demise to your channel. Okay. You can ask Smoke about that, because once Smoke went through what he went through, right, the women literally left and they went somewhere else, and it affected his channel. It did. It affected his channel. Okay. So I'm just letting you know, you're welcome to think what you want. Put me on a thumbnail next, and then you'll find out. But I'm just letting you know. But either way, I do fuck with you, but that's just that. Then we've got Pills and Remix. That is also another tough one. I thought that was pretty good, LV, to put them together. Pills is definitely Rookie of the Year. I don't care what nobody say. He most definitely gets my vote for Rookie of the Year because he has been very consistent in holding down the sector and having hellified lives every single time. Every show that Pills has done has been fire. There has not been a single show that Pills has done that wasn't fire. That's on God. That's period. Nobody, hands down. Okay. Now, Remix has also had some very fire lives. Okay. Especially lately. There's been some really interesting lives that have been coming out from over there. Okay. At one time, I did feel like Remix was an echo chamber. I felt like Remix's channel was an AFW friendly space, right? Where only AFWs were able to speak their speech and nobody else. There was even times where I had been there, and this may not be something that you were really doing, Remix, but where I have been in your chat and I've said something and my comment doesn't get doesn't get highlighted, but everybody's around me does, right? I've seen that happen, and that may not even be your fault. My comment may have got deleted and I just didn't know it, by one of your mods or whatever the case may be. Or you just didn't see it, I don't know. I know that you do come around here every so often. I know that you do support me. I don't have no problem with you, right? But I don't know if I could give Remix this over Pills because of how consistent Pills is and how Pills just literally, not only is he friendly with his audience, the entire audience, but he is definitely for the chocolate queens out this piece. So shout out to my Pillsbury for that. I have never seen him drag any of the women, and that does not include Breaking the Culture or Stargate, because neither one of them are women, okay? Especially the Latino man. Shout out to Pillsbury for the new Breaking the Culture name, which she is now called the Latino man, okay? And I'm telling you, when I heard Mona repeat that, I could not unsee it, okay? I couldn't unsee it after that. So that was fucking hilarious. And yes, some of those kinds of things and those roasts that he has done are just hilarious. And I really think that Pills can get that over that, right? So that's just my thoughts on that one. Now let's get to the ladies, okay? AAS versus Redbone. Now, I'm going to say this. I fuck with Redbone because Redbone is my moderator. She gets on these panels and she give these niggas that fire. She give these women that fire as well. She don't have no problem doing that. But she's not running around the sector just talking shit and just doing all that, right? But if there's something that she sees that's on some bullshit, she most definitely will tell you about it. She came in the sector knocking niggas the fuck out, right? And then on top of that, she got into it with Binary and then brought her husband on that panel to have a conversation with this nigga, okay? And that's just that. Now, nobody jumped out the window saying that Binary was wrong for saying anything and any of that stuff, because Mr. Big got on the panel and said something, okay? So it is what it is. He became content at that point. So I got to give Redbone her props for that, most definitely. What I want to say about Anti, right? AAS is the biggest troll of the fucking sector. Now, I'm not saying that that's a good thing or a bad thing, right? But the sector is based on trolling. It's based on fucking niggas up. It's based on, the fights. Anti is the most consistent content creator in the sector to have a kerfuffle every single fucking day, unless she is blocked or YouTube has set her down for a minute or whatever. That is the only time we don't hear from Anti Afro Svengali consistently every single day or every other day has a new fight or kerfuffle going on. So you got to give that to Anti. You got to give that. You got to give that to her. I know that sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy coming from me, but you got to give that to Anti because she is the most consistent troll in the sector. There's nobody else that spends every hour, every day of the week arguing with everybody in the fucking sector. So she got that. As a matter of fact, hand the fucking queen of the sector to her. Okay, like literally, because she is the only one that has that much time on her hands when she's not walking the dog to go in on people in the sector. The only one. She's the only one that has time to create other pages, taking other people's content, splicing and dicing it, and giving out the links to Breaking the Culture, Stargate, Photon, and other people, and Rev G and these people, she's the only one that has time for that. Okay, so again, give it to her. Okay, like LV, she won. All right, I'm just saying. But if we got to go through the whole thing, I'm gonna tell y'all who I think is gonna, get to the second round. But the bottom line is, you got to give that to Anti, and I think Redbone would agree. Because Redbone ain't out here fucking bitches up every moment, every second, every hour of the day. She's not doing that. That is Anti by far, okay? Over anybody in the sector, men or women, okay? All right. Now, the next one is Brown Sugar Baby over Star. Absolutely, Star loses. Nobody's fucking with anybody that's calling us the hard ER, okay? That's just that. She lost with that. If Star had never done that, right? If Star had never, ever, ever done that and had never consistently doubled down on calling us niggers, okay, she just might have actually won that. And I'll tell you why. Because there's a lot of men and women who you lost support over because you just kept doubling down on that shit, kept doing it. Now, I do like how I listened to LV's show, and I like how she had acknowledged, at least, that there were people that support Star that were really hurt over her using that. And so she said she's going to watch, using it or not. I liked how Redbone also questioned Star on what would happen if Protostar was called the hard ER and what Star's reaction to that was. Star said that happened to her daughter by some Arab people, right? Some Arab child. And what Star decided to do, instead of like what she tells us to do, to just accept it and take being called a hard ER because that person just didn't like Protostar, because that person just didn't agree with Protostar. Instead, Star said she confronted that little girl's parents because she wanted to know, like we want to know in the sector, she wanted to know what type of parents would raise a child to call another child the hard ER without knowing them or anything, or for any reason at all. Because as Star thought, there would never be a good reason to be calling her daughter the hard ER. Nowhere. It doesn't matter how much this Arab child disagreed with her daughter. And she made it clear to make it known that this child was an Arab and that this child was not white. This child was an Arab. And this child called her daughter the hard ER. And Star was so upset that she confronted this child's parents. She wanted to look in the face of an individual who would raise a child to use such language against her blood, what she birthed. But then we'll turn around and use the same wording against strange Black people in this space and wonder why we can never support a woman who was raised like that, who would be raised to easily allow the hard ER word to roll off your tongue and then double and triple and quadruple down on it as if this is normal behavior. Because if it was normal behavior, you would have told Protostar, why are you pressed about it? That's what she thinks about you. She thinks you're a nigger because you don't agree with her. She thinks you're a nigger because you don't like what she said and you gave her pushback on what she said. It's fine to call you a nigger as long as you're not an agreement and an echo chamber for that person. That's what your answer should have been to your daughter, because that's what your answer is to us. Now, if you had never, ever used that language like you did, you just might have got a lot of people's votes out here. You wouldn't have got mine. I would have voted for Brown Sugar Baby regardless, because that's my baby. But you might have gotten actual support from others, people that really did fuck with you, people that really were riding for you, people that really did like Stargate, even if they didn't like binary, or even if they just ignored identity withheld, they liked you. You were Code Fam. You are Code Fam. You made up what Code Fam, the meat, right? The sauce. You gave them the sauce. And you totally ruined that sauce when you put that word in your vocabulary. And I don't know if you'll ever recover from that in this sector. I don't know. I don't think you'll ever recover from that. So at this point, I think that whole godmother title on you, I think is gone. And I don't know if you'll ever gain that back. And I definitely don't think you'll get Queen of the Sector this year, for sure. And hopefully that you'll reflect next year, right? In that. But either way, once somebody uses that kind of language with me, right? And I hear you say that, it's very hard to unhear it. Okay? Even if you come back and apologize and all this stuff, and like what you were saying about QT, how you said, oh, QT, I took you off the list. I don't even know how QT accepted that. Okay? Because I don't give a fuck that you took me off the list or not. Why would you put me on a list like that? Why do you even have a list like that? Period. I don't care who's on it. Nobody should be on this list, even if it's my worst enemy. Breaking the culture shouldn't even be on that list. You understand what I'm saying? And I think she's a real fuck bitch. But I would never call her a nigger. Well, she ain't black anyway. Well, she's half black. But either way, I still wouldn't give her that title. Nobody should be on this quote-unquote list. This list shouldn't even exist. That's the point. Like, hello. Nobody should be on that list. Period. So, again, if you had literally not gone there, it could have been anything else you could have called people. But that word right there, that's where you fucked up. So again, hopefully you'll reflect for your own sake, right? But I don't know if, you'll ever recover from that when it comes to everybody, when it comes to the majority of the sector. And that's on God. That's on God. The next one is breaking the culture, in my opinion. Now, I'm going to say this. Teresa is not a content creator. I'm not really sure how you put these two together in a matchup, right? Teresa is not a content creator. She barely hits panels. She may hit a panel here and there. Breaking the culture is not very consistent, and she's always lying. You never know when what she's going to say is true or half true or not true or any of that. So by default, I'm giving this to my opinion, okay? Because I can't condone a bitch that don't take care of her kids, has consistently denied her children, even though we know they exist. And we'll get into that in just a moment. But listen, I can't do that. I'm not going to pretend that that's not going on, right? I could see if Breaking was consistent in roasting other people. But lately, she has only been consistent in lying on other people and consistent on lying on her own kids. That's the only thing that she's been consistent about. I can't fuck with that. So by default, I would have to give that to Teresa for sure. Even though she's not a content creator, but we love Teresa around here. Nobody fucking with breaking the culture of hoes around here. So no, we're going to give that to Teresa. Eyes versus Mona T. That one is fucking tough because I love both of them bitches. Okay. They both have the same kind of consistency. Mona goes live when she's able to. Eyes goes live when she's able to. And both of them have always been, they're both influential and they both are very entertaining. Okay. So I don't know who I want to vote for when it comes to them. I'll be honest with you. I really don't know. But I fuck with both of them. Probably a year ago, I would have voted for Eyes because I didn't know Mona that well a year ago. And I perceived Mona as an AFW a year ago, right? So I probably would have voted for Eyes for sure, hands down, a year ago. But now that I know that Mona's not AFW, and I know all those things, and I love both of these content creators, I don't know if I even want to vote on that one. Me and Samba. Now, I don't know if I want to vote on that one either, because Samba is a hell of a contender for me to go up against. I like Samba's, I like how she's been on the Chad T production with Sexy Toy Lady, with the box talk at night. I enjoy that. I love when she gets on Photon's panels. I love when she, comes on my show. I've had her over here. She's been in a lot of places. And she's also been in the sector for a very long time, despite what some people may know. And she knows a lot, right? So she keeps up with, what's going on here and what be going on. I got to fuck with that. I honestly do got to fuck with that. I have been pretty consistent with the sector in regards to sector content, in regards to keeping up the laughs, keeping up the jokes. I have a series of different things that I've done for the sector, such as, the sector's open letters, the sector's tea, the Vixen Chronicles. I've done a lot of things with the sector, right? And so I think, that would be that's a pretty good matchup. And so shout out to LV for kind of putting that together. Of course, I would vote for myself because I'm me. I'm pretty sure Samba would vote for herself as well, So I think we'll just leave that where that is. Dr. Nikki and Tiff P. So I really like both of them as well. I fuck with both of their content. And they're both have the same kind of consistency. Perhaps Tiff P has gone live a little bit more than Nikki has lately, but it's understandable why, based off of a lot of stuff that has happened. If there was things that had never happened in the past that shouldn't have happened to begin with, I think Nikki would have been a lot more consistent. I also think that Nikki has a lot more stage presence now since she's been back on the panels and been body bagging motherfuckers. Nikki definitely got the body of the year when it comes to Stargate and putting her diaper booty in that motherfucking body bag. Nikki most definitely did that. So I have to give it to Nikki because I really think that she's been consistent with panels, been consistent with bodying people that deserve these bodies, like Star, like Rev G, and so forth. And I miss Nikki too. I really do. And I really do fuck with Nikki. I think she's a good person. There have been things that we've had in our past, but that's something that we could talk about privately. I don't have to talk with the Secktah about those things. But regardless, I would give it to Nikki. I would, when it comes to the energy that she brings to the sector. Tiff, I love Tiff P. I think she's great as well. I think she has great commentary. I think that she can be passive aggressive at times. I don't necessarily like that. I've said that to her. But it is what it is. But I do love her, right? I really do. I think she's very soft spoken. And I like, for the most part, a lot of stuff that she talks about as well. But when it comes to Nikki, to me, I just think that she brings a little more and also a little bit more truth to some things, and not just the whole, she's going to give you exactly what she feels, basically. Tiff is going to too, but she's going to be a little bit more passive aggressive with that. Nikki is not passive aggressive at all. She's going to give it to you raw, and she's going to tell you exactly how she's feeling. And I like that shit because I'm the same way. So the next one we got is STL, Sexy Toy Lady. Shout out to her and Verla. Listen, this is another one of those matchups that's like, why, right? So I like Verla. I think Verla is great. I watch Verla every so often. I don't always watch her because sometimes I'm afraid to comment. If I do comment, I might get blocked for commenting if it's read incorrectly. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. I do my best not to just not engage. I just say hi to her and just keep that moving. So with Sexy Toy Lady, I'm always listening in on the box talk. I was listening in the other night as well, even though I fell asleep to it. I was listening into it, and I had to come back and listen to the rest of it the next day. But I have to vote for Sexy Toy Lady because, she engages with the sector. She engages with her audience consistently. And she always has some excellent and fire conversation over there at the Box Talk. I want to speak on that. I want to give my commentary on what happened to the Box Talk the other night, okay? Because I really think this is important coming from a woman's point of view of what happened. The Box Talk has always been, from what she has made it, a space where we can be open and honest about, sex, and open and honest about, women and our feelings as women and men, and different things like that. It's not necessarily a sector space. We're not talking about sector topics. Has sector topics come up? Yes, but not mostly, right? And it definitely hasn't been the star of the show, right? Where the sector is being talked about. I just need everybody to be mindful of the space that you're in, right? So if you're if you're watching somebody's show, I need you to be mindful of what that content creator is talking about and follow the lead of the content creator. Don't go off talking about this and talking about that. It's one thing to do that in the chat. That's something I like, right? If I'm talking and I'm going, there might be another conversation happening in the chat room. And that's why a lot of times I'll come back to the chat and come and talk to the chat later, because now we can talk about something new that's in the chat room, right? So most definitely you can talk about things and have a different type of conversation in the chat. But when you get on that panel, I need you to follow the lead of the content creator that is giving the show, because the conversation about the sector and the smoke god and who's doing this and who's blackballing who and all that had nothing to do with any of the stuff that we talk about on Box Talk. Okay. And I know that Sexy Toy Lady was trying to be kind about it, and I can respect that, but I would have shut that conversation down. And it's only because I'm going to be consistent with what I'm trying to talk about and what the audience is here for, right? There's nothing wrong with talking about, what you feel. There's nothing wrong with you, giving your opinion or your side of what things are in the sector. Everybody's entitled to that. And I think that's what keeps the sector going. And this is why, Smoke, you are an important content creator in the sector, whether you think you are or not, okay? Or whether you think other people think you are or not. You are most definitely an important part of this sector, okay? And I can't stress that enough. But allow that to be in its space, right? Like, there's a time and a place for everything, and the Box Talk is not. That's not the space for that, right? I would not come to the Box Talk and tell them and start going in on breaking the culture and how I don't fuck with this bitch and how I'm gonna do this and I can't believe how she did this and I can't believe that and all this, unless they brought it up to me. And even then, I'm gonna be like, can we get back to talk about pussy? Like, this is what I would want to talk about. Can we talk about some dick? Can you show us? This is what I would say, right? Because that's what I'm there for. Okay, I'm here to talk about, that. I'm not here to talk about, I come there to get away from all that shit, right? There's other spaces on YouTube that I go to get away from all that shit, right? I don't want to hear that all the time. I don't always want to hear all this stuff going on in the sector. Sometimes I want to go and hear other things. That's all I'm saying, okay? So it's nothing personal. Smoke, no, I fuck with him. I'm always going to fuck with him. I'm always going to fuck with Mrs. Smoke. I'm always going to fuck with Sexy Toy Lady. I'm always going to fuck with Samba Queen, Chatty, all of them, okay? But let's be mindful of each other's shows, right? Let's just be mindful of what's going on. Like, if Smoke is talking about the sector, I'm not going to go to his show and change the subject and talk about Christmas. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's stupid. Why? That's what he wants to talk about, is the sector. It's his show. I would respect what he's talking about on his show. And, I think we all owe each other that respect when it comes to that. But either way, yep. Okay, let's go ahead and let's finish up this right here. And then I'm going to get to you guys' comments. Okay. But I will give that to Sexy Toy Lady, because I love her consistency, and I love how she interacts with the sector, and she gives us a space that we can really be comfortable, in our skin and talking about these things, right? The final one was Me and Mines and Carrie Ann. Now, everybody knows that Me and Mines have made up. We're not arguing and fussing and going back and forth with each other and all that stuff. Carrie Ann and I are the same way. We're not beefing. There's no beef either way between either of us. So that is a tough one for me to choose from, because I think they're both heavy hitters in this sector. I really do. I think that was a hell of a fucking matchup there, right? And they're both very, very heavy-handed and very heavy hitters in this sector. And they're both still active as well. Okay, Me and Mines might not be making all the videos that she used to make, the roasting videos and stuff, but she most definitely is still very much a part of the sector. She comes into the chats. She comes and hangs out. She put a strike against breaking the culture the other day. Shout out to her for coming through for the pre. Definitely appreciate that. And I get the sentiment of what she was attempting to do. And I appreciate that, sis. So shout out to Me and Mines for that. And that was some woman shit right there. So shout out to you. I definitely appreciate that. And I wouldn't have known it if breaking the culture wasn't, look, like all dumb and shit. But either way, and Carrie Ann, I love you, girl. You are my sis. I fuck with you. We had our issues and now we good. And, I don't have no problem with her. But this is another one that I don't think I could choose between, right? It's like Darrell and Logic, right? I can't. It's just some people you just can't choose between, because you really fuck with both sides, right? And it's kind of difficult to make a decision on that. So I'm just going to leave that one like that is too. But shout out to LV for putting this all together and giving us something different to, to take a look at and to pay attention to and to have fun with. Okay. And let me go ahead and go back through y'all's comments as well on what my thoughts were. And then we're going to go ahead and move on to the next part of the show. Let's see. Where did I end up at? Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I'm going to get to LV's response in just a second. So we're going to look at that, LV, in just a moment. I'm going to get to the community walls. You said, I'm sorry, Miss Grand Prix. I have an itchy trigger finger this morning. No, you good. You good. You said, shout out to Chad T. Yeah, he the nigga. He definitely a chat nigga. You said he acting like a pimp with all these two lady productions out here. Okay. But these would be perfect productions though. Like the Samba Queen and Sexy Toy Lady just goes together perfectly. And then Mona T and Carrie would also be perfect together. So that would definitely work out good. You said slander allows all comers most times. Plus he's even tempered and anyone can get it. Yes, that's what I like about him. That's the difference between him and Photon is he's so even tempered. He don't go off and snap the fuck out and all this other shit and then want to apologize. And then after the apology, you go off again. Like, that's funny and, at times, but it just gets old. It really does. Photon needs something new. He needs something fresh. He hasn't come up with anything fresh in a long time. And, for the sector anyway, without insulting us and disrespecting us. You know what I'm saying? Nobody want to hear that shit. Nobody want to keep hearing that shit. Like, it's okay for some, but not all the time. Mama Wata says Chad T has a whole bevy of hoes. You know what? He says slander is also more real. If I saw between Slander God and Phothong in the streets, I'd be more likely to parlay with Slander 100. Slander doesn't do coke and get worked up. Facts, okay? Just said. He said, the beautiful Bernice says, thanks for watching, everyone. Please like, share, subscribe to the Black Lounge. I appreciate that, sis. You said, I got to remember that for my TIG awards, you about to lose your job. Award for Rev, right. Get this dance. Maybe I should go find that. We should play that real quick for him. Let's play that for Rev G. Since everybody else supposed to lose their goddamn job, right? Let's see if we can find that shit for Rev G real quick, okay? Out here, because he the only one, y'all, that has consistently lost his job. He is the one that has consistently lost his job, okay? The only one. All right, let's see. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, guys. I'm about to share my screen. I'm about to share my screen. Let me. I be acting a fool sometime. I be acting a fool. All right, let's go. We're gonna share this real quick. All right. Hold on, guys.
You about to lose your job. You about to lose your job. Get this thing. You about to lose your job because you are detaining me for nothing. You about to lose your job. You about to lose your job. Get this thing. You about to lose your job. Oh my goodness. You about to lose your job. Get this thing. You about to lose your job. Get this thing. You about to lose your job because you are detaining me for nothing. You about to lose your job. Get this thing. You about to lose your job. Get this thing. You about to lose your job because you are detaining me for nothing. You about to lose your job. Get this thing. You about to lose your job. Get this thing. You about to lose your job. Get this thing. You about to lose your job. You about to lose your job. Get this thing. You about to lose Because you ain't.
Shout out to Rev G out this motherfucker, because you the only one consistently that has lost a job here in the sector. I'm just saying, sir, okay? The only one to be consistent in losing your job out here. All while you try to get everybody else to lose their job, you the only motherfucker that lost a job. Like, this is crazy. 2 jobs. 2 jobs, sir. That don't make no goddamn sense. Shout out to you, Ray. You said facts, Riz, and the slander part. You said diggable, real talk. You said Palmer would win the king of needs to get right with Jesus. Okay. You said I just got here and T is talking about me. LOL. What's up, TMK? You said Jesus denied him a long time ago. Rev's hips are too wide to dance with God. You know what? Y'all ain't shit, yo. Y'all ain't shit. Y'all know y'all ain't shit. Y'all know y'all ain't shit. You said TMK. You said Bernice. You said LOL. What's up, LV? You said, don't put that on Jesus, Riz. Palmer decided to use the Lord's name in vain. That's not the Lord's fault. You know what? He says, Steph, exactly. What's up, Black A? Appreciate you being in the building. You said, and smoke doesn't delete lives. Right. I did read that. And yes, he doesn't. And that also helps with his being a contender too. Hey, Karma 52. Definitely appreciate you being in the building. You said, good morning, Miss T Pre and chat. You said, pause, LOL. You said, hey to Karma. And you said, hey to Karma. You said, the beautiful Bernice, hope you didn't misunderstand the 55 comment. 55 is a wonderful age, but not if you're 35 looking 55. Okay? How about that? Because that was breaking the culture looking 55 at 35, right? Almost 36. Shout out to her birthday coming up in a couple days. You said they call PMJP. You said, I don't know what that means. What's up, Speakeasy? Appreciate you. You said they call Pimp P. I don't know. I think that's what you're saying. You said, oh, no way, Diggable Logic. I just celebrated my birthday and feel blessed to be here. We are definitely good. Okay. Happy birthday, beautiful Bernice. You said Pills just need to stop saying speak on it and then he'll get my vote. He's echoing Fothong BBL too much, but Remix got my vote regardless. Shout out to Verla. Right. You said LOL. You said the beautiful Bernice. And I appreciate you being in the building, Pills. You said, AKA Cat Stacks. Y'all is killing me calling that girl Cat Stacks, man. I can't unsee that shit either. You said, Riz, the beautiful Bernice. My opinion, I appreciate you being in the building. TMK, you says, I have a grievance to file. Why is the sector only concerned with content creators who go live? Lives are great, but videos also have great value. YM, Speakeasy, Binary, and others have great content, and they do. I don't see anybody that's saying that. I don't know. Maybe somebody said that. You said Riz, LOL. You said Karma 52. What's up, Pastor Stewart? Appreciate you being in the building. You said, Doc, take me off your comments. You said, I hate to agree, but that's true. You said, in other words, it takes a lot of time and effort to produce videos. Ray does a great job with incorporating video and a live presentation. I believe in quality over quantity. I agree. I mean, I think like for me, my other channel is videos, right? I don't do live streams over there. So my other channel is videos, but they're engaging videos and they're, videos that'll get you to come back and different things like that. So yeah, I agree with that. I think it takes a lot to do editing and different things like this. But this space isn't really built like that, right? This space is kind of built off of fuckery and live streams and people going back and forth, right? That's kind of what this space is. So, I mean, if people choose to do videos, that's fine. If people choose to do live streams, that's fine as well. But I don't know if there's anybody that's complaining about either one. I haven't heard anybody complaining about it, but I agree with that. You said, Pills, you're the man still. You said, you noticed that those KK Collins videos disappeared at the same time she disappeared for a week, right? Coincidence, okay? You said, if AAS wins, Kip really going to talk his shit about her being the champ, okay? You know it, but I mean, you got to say, like, Anti is a consistent troll around here. You can't take that from her because she is. You said, with all due respect, without AAS, there would be no current sector. No, I don't agree with that. I think there would be a definitely a sector without her. I do think that she is very much a part of the sector, and I think that she is very consistent in the sector in creating fuckery content. But I think there would most definitely be a sector without her. Everybody doesn't talk about anti, and we're not talking about her every day, but she's talking about us every day, though. So maybe there wouldn't be a her if it wasn't for the sector. That's what I would say. You said AMS got super troll status over here. Okay, facts. You said speak. You're in the sector, so you're staying. Oh, the fuck well. Okay. You said, or if she said it, another child. She said it to another child. You said doc. You said pills. You said the hard ER is why I steer clear too. Star already knows my stance with her, and binary calling the cops doesn't go well with me. Okay, exactly. And like I said, I think that she lost a lot of real consistent people that really fucked with her until she did that. When she did that, that was kind of like it for her. You said we could just rid of the N word totally, or ER. It's a damn shame. Shit. LOL. Right. You said imagine binary calls the cops on someone. They arrive. Then Star says, "There goes that nigga bitch," pointing to the said person cops were called on. That's the dynamic I get from their energy. Right. Facts. You said, how about we just call them no gooders, right? You said TMK, I think AMS is the whale. That's why she stays hidden. Right. You said my baby the visual. You said she's been impeached. You're forever the godmother, the queen will be under you. Okay, okay, I hear you. I hear you. And you said, Teresa, you visualized it, right? I don't know. Maybe I said something and then I gave y'all a visual. I got to go back and listen to the show. You said TMK media for real, the ER, etc. part. You said eyes, hands down. Okay, okay. You said what's good, big time, beloved, monetized. I see. Hey, Def is Karma. I appreciate you being in the building today. You said Mama Wada says pre. Ain't no way I want to contend with you. You are the shit. Great content, beautiful channel, strong history and presence in the sector, and you'll battle anyone with no fear. Can I be on your royal court? I hear you. That's what's happening. Y'all over here pumping up the pre-head today and all this shit. I see y'all. Y'all better get on that campaign trail for a bit. Shit. I'm just playing with y'all. I definitely appreciate that. That's very humbling to me. And thank you. And yeah, I've been here for a while. And I ain't got no problem knocking niggas the fuck out or bitches the fuck out. So you're absolutely right for that. But shout out to you. I appreciate you acknowledging that. You said hashtag cancel song, but you can't cancel my song, man. I guess you can, but I can't cancel my song. You said Death Test Karma. You said my feels for yous don't change. I do or don't. Right, exactly. You said cancel Riz lyricist. You know what? Y'all not canceling each other, either one of y'all. You said thanks for watching, everyone. Please like, share, and subscribe to the Black Lounge Divine. Yes, for sure, guys. You said Eyes is the queen of the morning live streams. It's a no-brainer for me. And that is very true. Very, very true. You said, Bernice, what's good with you? You said, I'm good. Hope all is well with you, Defis Karma. Midnight Nymph, you said you've got this whole thing won, hands down. Okay, Midnight Nymph. I don't know who that is, but I appreciate you being in the building as well. You said Verla actually showed biddies. I gotta go with Verla. You know what? TMK says LV is the perfect person to do these shows. He is the most objective. I agree with that. You said Riz. You said Diggable. Well, I'm wondering where LV and Smoke are going to do their where are y'all going to do this debate at? That's what I'm wondering. Like, where is that going to be at? Maybe that can be on TMK's show because he's actually pretty objective as well. You said Diggable Deadass. Some people talk about getting their sex on, but Verla actually performed. You know what? Hey, Samba, you said that was wild that night. Yeah, that was pretty wild. Hey, Smoke, appreciate you being in the building. You said, I didn't mean any disrespect. Apologize if I ruined her show. You didn't ruin the show. I just think that it wasn't the appropriate time to be talking about that. You know what I mean? And maybe we can just be more mindful from here on out. But your presence is always needed in the sector. And I want you to stop thinking that we don't enjoy your presence and that we don't fuck with you, right? All of us have ops and we got people that don't want to fuck with us, but those ops don't represent the entire sector, right? Like there might be a few people here and there that don't like you or might have a problem, but that doesn't represent the entire sector. So, don't think that. You are most definitely a content creator that is well needed in this sector. And we fuck with you, Smoke. You said Samba. You said, hey, Bear Bear. You said, let her know that Smoke will never do that again, and I will stay away from her page. But you don't need to stay away from the page. Just we gonna talk about what we talking about on the page. That's all. It ain't about you staying away. You said love your T Pre for sure. For your honesty, no problem. We love you over here too, Smoke, and you and Mrs. Smoke for sure. And you said thanks for previewing this Pre. I very much appreciate it. No problem, LV. And you gave the fire. You said shout out to LV, the showman. You said hey to Samba. You said I asked for a moment tomorrow in memory of our sister. Smile or dance like it's only you. Thank you. Most definitely will. Okay. And we can have that moment of silence right now. So if we'll give a moment of silence, we're going to give it about a minute. And we're just going to do a silent moment for the sector. So everybody just be silent for just a moment, please. And I want to thank everybody that was participated in that. And condolences out to you and Redbone and the rest of the family. And may your sister continue to rest easy. Anything that you need from the lounge, let us know, and we'll be here for you. But our prayers are definitely up for you today. Okay. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and go on. You said, true Miss T, Secktah etiquette, greet the host and chat, stay on subject, minimize back and forth combo. Definitely agreed with that. And it makes it easier for the audience to listen to, right, as well. And that goes with any of our content creators. That's with anybody. You said, so is this sector only about the beef? If so, does that make this a subsidiary of the beef sector? If so, why is there only beef between the few people here? LOL. If so, LOL. Okay. So, no, I don't think the sector is only about the beef, but I do think the sector is consistent with beefing, right? Let's be real. Like, we're not going to pretend that there isn't, multiple kerfuffles that go on and that doesn't keep the sector going to a sense, right? I get that, we want to have positive energy and positive stuff going on. And I think a lot of us do have positive stuff happening, right? I think we do talk about other things other than the sector. For instance, I did a video on Tupac the other day. Shakim has also done videos on Keefe D and Tupac, right? There's other people, that even though we participate in the fuckery, doesn't mean that we don't have other things to talk about. And I think every content creator is entitled to that, right? If you only want to do positive things, then just do that. And, but you can't knock other people for not wanting to do what you want to do, right? Or what you may think is appropriate. You can just find a space that's like that, because there's multiple spaces out here that only do positive things, right? You can't turn everybody in the sector against what the sector is built on. That's literally what this is. It's a sector that is, yes, it's a lot of beef around here, and people are consistent with beefs and with creating beefs or creating, and beef isn't always like serious, you know what I'm saying? It could be just roasting, you know what I mean? And that's not necessarily beef, it's just roasting, and I think there's a difference in that. So I don't really see anything wrong with the whole roasting thing. I don't, honestly. And then I see people that roast that do other content as well, like Ray, for instance. Ray is doing Jeopardy, right? but he did a hell of a roast last night. But then he's doing Jeopardy as well, right? So, that kind of goes together. So no, I don't think it's, a subsidiary of the beef sector either or anything like that. I just think that it's just a space like that. You said, I apologize for asking here, but we do care about you guys in our real lives. We care about you too. And that's why I definitely wanted to give that moment of silence for you guys and for your sister. You said everybody laughed, you danced. Oh, too. We were about to lose your job. Right. You said, you got it, Teresa. And you said Samba. You said Rev GBTQ ain't about that life, son. Word. You said actual facts. I really know that cop in that meme. Do you? Oh, that is so cool. That is too funny. That is too hilarious. That is hilarious. I can imagine what he said. I wonder if you ever asked him anything about it, but he was laughing in the video and everything. So that is just too fucking funny. He said he lost his ordination as a minister too, but he just don't know it yet. Oh, wow. How about that? What's up, Very Perspectives? Appreciate you being in the building. Mona T. Pre, I appreciate you being in the building. Mona DeLeon. And I am human first. I appreciate you as well being in the building. You said morning pre. You said Mona, thank you. You said Rev G was just shaking those hips to that video. Okay. You know it. He just got up and started dancing when I put that shit on. That's what happened. You said, Bernice, happy birthday. You said, oh, and it was me who made the sausage party comment. It's true, right? On God. I'm just saying, like, we're going to get into the commentary in just a second. I'm not quite done. We're not going to be here much longer, but I'm not quite done yet. The sausage party part, though, right? We've got to be consistent with men and women. Like, I'm not about to have a channel where I'm only putting, on for women and, the men don't feel comfortable in my space and stuff like that. And the men kind of have to do the same thing, right? You got to, you may want to put on, well, unless you want to have a sausage party, you're entitled to that, right? But, if you're going to be consistent in disrespecting females and stuff like that, and not for any real reason, not because they're disrespecting you, but because, you're just trying to be on a side of, this space, you know what I'm saying? As, and we're in our 50s and whatnot. I think that we need to do better than that. You know what I'm saying? Unless you want a sausage party. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to you, Saba, for making sure that you said that. I thought it was somebody else that said it. Mm-hmm. But I guess it was you. Okay. You said Riz. And then you laughed. You said, good morning, my opinion. Hey, Pixie, I appreciate you being in the building. You said, I need that hug, sweetheart. Thank you. Oh. You said, yep. You said Mona Fire. And you said Mon and Riz. You said, Mona, beautiful morning indeed. Okay. And then we're getting some hearts to my opinion. You said, go pre. Okay. You said, never LV is not smoke focus. Okay. You said, LV, thank you, honey, for even thinking of us. We feel honored. No problem, because you guys are definitely honored around here. You said, Smoke, what's good, my boy? You said, Smoke fears LV. You know what, y'all? You said, she canceled me with them. She canceled me with them, LOL, blackball. You know what? You said, LV Cool J in the house. You said, Al Riz. You said, thank you. You said, I want to ghostwrite for LV. I need 80% publishing. You know what? You said, Smoke it isn't one of your degrees in communication. Cook LV smoke. Right. You said, Al Riz trying to pebbles read me. You know what? He said, all YouTube beefs, every sector beefs. Yeah. I don't think it's consistent with just our sector. Like, I don't know. I don't know if you go to other spaces, TMK, but there's a lot of people doing this. It's not anything, so, and nobody is hopping down anybody's throat over there as long as it doesn't go too far. Now, if stuff goes too far, yeah, I can see that. But, I don't see how most of the sector or the majority of the sector is doing that. You said, salute to Nikki. You said, no, I wasn't making a suggestion. It was a response to your comment. I was not implying something is wrong. My whole platform is about allowing everyone to be who they are. Right. I think that's what you're saying. I think you're consistent with doing that. And I love your commentary too. definitely bring a side to the sector that none of us really get, right? And none of us really see, or we don't really do. And sometimes we need to hear some things like that, you know. Um, but I definitely think that, you know, it's not the majority of the sector that's doing over the top stuff, but definitely, you know, a little roasted. I don't see nothing wrong with some roast at all. You said Tiggs. You said the sector about toasting and roasting because that's just what we do, right? To the sector, toast to the sector, right? You said sincere condolences to Redbone and damn my opinion and their family, 100%. You said T. Pre, the cop is my homeboy. He was trying to be professional, but couldn't help but laugh. The girl flipped the fame to a good bit of money. Yeah, definitely, definitely, for sure. And she wasn't doing well at the time that the video happened. Matter of fact, her family was looking for her for a period of time until that video popped up, right? And then that's when they found out that she was doing okay. She ended up getting a couple dollars out the deal and stuff like that. So that ended up turning into something really, really good. So you said every community on the internet participates in the same exact beef and doxing. I agree. Like even over there in the true crime sector, there's a lot of that going on over there too. So you know, I don't know. I don't think it's just to this place though. You said diggable logic facts. You said Redbone Teresa. Okay, guys. So I got to the bottom of those. Let's go ahead and take a look at LV and what he had to say. So bear with me just a moment while I pull up his, and then we're going to also take a look at some other community wall posts too, because there's another community wall post that happened that I thought was crazy. So hold on one second. Oh, it must have been on Tiff P's page because I don't see it on LV. So let me look on hers. Make sure y'all hit the like button for me, guys. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. I appreciate everybody for being in the building. Okay. Okay. She says, at LV the Showman, is it at all possible to request to be rebracketed? I have formerly been threatened with civil litigation by the individual you have paired me with. As such, I wish to have no connection or association with said person. Additionally, I fully support this person going forward with their lawsuit as threatened. And in the same vein, I wish to preserve my counterclaims. If you cannot or choose not to rebracket, I am publicly making this request in order to preserve the record. What? Okay, I'm gonna leave that motherfucking shit alone, honey. Okay. Well, what do you think about that, LV? I mean, okay, I'll say this. Technically speaking, I don't really know how that would affect a lawsuit between the two of those ladies because neither one of them have put this video together. Neither one of them are doing any, you know, voting that anybody would know of. This is the opinions of the sector. It has nothing to do with a lawsuit or any of that stuff. And really, none of us really even knew about that lawsuit. So I don't know why that was even mentioned, but that's your choice, Tiff P, if you choose to talk about that. But at the end of the day, this is LV's video, right? This isn't Nikki's video. This isn't your video. This is LV's video, okay? So even if you were mentioned, you know, with Nikki, how does that affect what's going on with your lawsuit? Like, I'm not with the lawsuit. I'm not quite sure how that would work with that. But I get it, but I hear you, but okay. Because, you know, the same thing could be said about you just posting about the lawsuit to begin with, because none of us even knew about that. You know what I mean? Unless y'all knew and I didn't know, you know. But I didn't never hear about that until I just read that just now. So, you know, that could also be used, you know, in the courts as well. You know, that could have been an email you could have sent to LV personally. You could have went on his show in the private chat and posted that, you know what I mean, or something. But you put that public. So if that is able to be public according to you, then this should be able to be talked about according to people who have nothing to do with that lawsuit. That's just my opinion about that. I love you, Tiff P, and, you know, I fuck with Nikki, but I don't think that this would really have anything to do with that lawsuit. So we're just going to move on from that. Okay. Let's go on to the next community wall post that I wanted to talk about, which is anti-Afro Spingalis. Okay. Because, you know, this bitch be always on some crazy shit. Okay. She just can't help herself. It's just something that she does, you know, and yeah, it's just her. Okay. So what she said was, what happens when a snake doesn't shed its skin? The remaining skin can also harbor parasites, possibly leading to disease and bacteria. The intact segments can also restrict blood flow, potentially leading to the loss of body parts and, in extreme cases, even death. Okay, so yes, you are absolutely right, AAS, okay? And this is why the AFWs consistently lose, okay? This is why you have consistently brought upon people who ain't shit, who are unsuccessful in everything that they do, okay? And y'all literally lose every single time. Everything that you guys have intended for other people has always turned on you guys, right? Even down to, you know, trying to infiltrate friendships and infiltrate relationships. That has even been done consistently only to you guys, okay? For instance, breaking the culture, one of your main minions right now, right, is out here going off on people and talking shit and jumping out here just to get knocked the fuck out, okay? She does that, yet she is in bed, literally in bed with one of your biggest enemies in the sector, okay? So you're losing on that, okay? When it comes to that, honey, you have lost consistently. And the only thing I say is, hey, I'm here for it. I think it's fucking funny that Shakem is best friends with Breaking the Culture, and they are besties and having their little nail parties. Shout out to Chad T for the nail party thing. I can't get over that. The salon parties and shit. They together drinking mimosas in the morning, and they talking about you bitches. Like, we already know that Breaking the Culture got a whole bunch of got a bunch of a Dropbox on your ass and got all kinds of information on you. I can imagine what her and Shakem be fucking talking about when it comes to you and Rev G. Because I remember what me and her were talking about with you and Rev G. So shout out to the bridges that have been built out here that have blown up your bridges. I'm just saying, okay? But yes, you're absolutely right. So while you've got all this bacterial disease skin that you keep consistently holding on to, you are going to keep fucking losing, okay? I'm just saying, AAS. Shout out to you, bitch, out this motherfucker. Let's go ahead and look into this one. She says, strictly stalking. Conscious Energy, Photon, Remix, Rev G, Smoke, and Taz. Please hire bodyguards and or take other precautions. Never in life have heterosexual men been so badly stalked, harassed, and outwardly fantasized about other males who claim they're heterosexual. This is what nightmares are made of. Okay. The only one in this list, right, that I have seen consistently go back and forth in regards to homosexual comments, homosexual behavior, homosexuality in general is Rev G. Okay. He's the only one that's not only playing with Barbie dolls out here, okay, and Legos and toys, okay, but he's also always talking about somebody's dick, always talking about the size of somebody's dick, what's going on with somebody's dick, and all this other stuff. It is literally only Rev G. And guess what? He is the only one, again, that has lost a job over this shit. Two jobs over this shit, okay? So yes, the strictly stalking, the entire sector will need to get bodyguards against his LGBTQS, okay? That's it. That's the only ones who need bodyguards is us. He does not need that, okay? I'm just saying, everybody else can be added to the list of us, okay? But Rev G is the only one that's consistently talking about people's penises, this and that, sex, and gays and everything else, and trying to get people to side with gays and everything. He's the only one that's doing that, okay? Like, we even have people that are part of the LGBT community in the sector that aren't doing that as much as Rev G is, okay? So we are the ones that need the bodyguards out here. Nightmare. You're right, girl. All right. Next one you said is, you said attempts to resolve issues require some degree of disclosure between parties. This is not quote unquote backstabbing or quote unquote talking behind someone's back. However, never expect a snake who exists in an intractable state of treachery, resentment, envy, and inadequacy to grasp this. The snake continues to slither around with shell-shock anger over breaking the culture and Stargate, escaping those demonic clutches and exposing the snake's rancid treachery. The only snakes in this matter is breaking the culture of silence. I can't even call Stargate a snake in this particular situation because Stargate is so stupid. She just following along with whatever y'all saying, okay? Breaking the culture is the only snake. She threw your ass under the bus over the shit that you have said, okay? Multiple times. She has even thrown you under the bus as far as where you work, okay? This is why we back off Ventura County, because of breaking the culture, because of your secretary at work that she talked about in the emails with Ray. Yeah. And then also, when it comes to this situation, because we know what you're talking about. You just don't, you scared to mention Mona's name. But that's who you're talking about, right? So the only snake in this matter has been breaking the culture. Because again, this is her MO. When you're ready for her to fall out with somebody in the sector, she hops to the rescue to do so, only to get knocked the fuck out in the process. This is why her channel has been scrubbed once again, right? Because it's true. See, all the clips and stuff that she's tried to splice and dice together to try to destroy the lives of Black women, we can take real clips of her that we all still have, okay? And send that to the likes of CPS and other places where she already has open cases, okay? Yeah. See, those things are what we can do, and she knows that, and she wised up, okay? She need to do like everybody else been doing and wise the fuck up and stop fucking around in the snake pit with you, AAS, okay? Because the only ones getting bit by the snakes are your minions. The only ones. Rev G, Stargate, and Breaking the Culture. They are the only ones getting bit by the snake. Okay? Just saying. Now, let's go on to the next one. You said the desperation knows no bounds when a snake levels accusations that others move in the cloak of betrayal. Just as one remains loyal, the backstabbing snake will continue to slither, coated in treacherous slime. You're absolutely right. You and Breaking the Culture have been consistent in being snakes in the sector. Consistent. And the only ones biting each other and getting fucked up in the process is y'all or in y'all camp. Y'all the only ones. Y'all are the only ones getting bit and getting fucked up in this process. And Rev G, the only one losing jobs. Goddamn shame. You said failing to heed the warning will result in a collision for which no blame can be shifted. Buyer beware. 100% facts about you and about your camp, okay? Failing to heed the warning, Rev G, has resulted in a collision for which no blame can be shifted, right? Remember that? Remember, online behavior brings offline consequences, Rev G? Twice now? Yeah. Breaking now? Yeah. This online behavior that everybody else is so responsible for, when it turns out it's only y'all. And y'all are the only ones getting fucked up in the process. Fucking with a snake. Huh. Ain't this a bitch? There was one more that she had talked about. Oh, it says, yes, she said, you can't depend on your eyes when your imagination is out of focus. Mark Twain. AAS, do you ever apply any of this stuff to yourself? Because your imagination has been out of focus for years, okay? Completely out of focus for years. So everything that you read, that you see, that you hear in the sector, you think is victimizing you because your imagination has been out of focus for years, okay? Yeah. You need to get that together. You need to take on some of that marriage and family therapy that you used to do, right? And actually apply it to your life. The court stuff that you do now, you need to apply that therapy to your fucking life. Okay? And then your imagination will become focused again, and then you'll get off this soapbox that you've been on for years now. Okay? Yeah. There was another one that she had said that I thought was really funny. Hold on 1 second, guys. Where is it? Oh, this is it. This is it. This is it. Is this it right here? No, hold on. Hold on, guys. Okay, here it is right here. This was 2 days ago, okay? And then we're going to play a video after this, okay? So let me play you guys a quick timer so I can pull it up, and then we're going to play no, you know what? I don't even have to do that. I still have the videos up on StreamYard, so oh yeah, I still got these on StreamYard. So okay, we're going to go ahead and play this real quick. And we're going to read this real quick, and then we're going to play a video. Okay. And then we're also going to go to we're going to go to Mona's page because she actually was able to highlight something that has been on YouTube for 4 years. Okay. So Anti says, breaking the culture of silence never abandoned kids. She gave birth to 2 kids who've always lived with her. I read the investigative police and CPS reports. The claim was ruled false, and the matter won't be reinvestigated. This is a lie that Let Me See Your Transcript and her co-demon got started after Breaking the Culture refused to join in on attacks against Larry Reed. In most states, parents have the legal right to obtain unredacted reports filed in response to investigations. On the CPS report, Let Me See Your Transcript is listed as the reporting party. On the police report, Let Me See Your Transcript name is listed as the reporting party. Making false reports to CPS and the police is a criminal offense. Let Me See Your Transcripts also showed people how to swat Breaking the Culture's former home, prompting emergency relocation upon strong recommendation of the NYPD. For many reasons, Let Me See Your Transcript will never be off the hook. Now, let's break this motherfucking bullshit down because all of this has been debunked within the Vixen Chronicles, okay? Now, what she said was, Let Me See Your Transcript and her co-demon, which she's talking about Daryl Moore, right? Got started after Breaking the Culture refused to join in on attacks against Larry Reed. Is that really so? Because Breaking the Culture was actually working with them to fight against Larry Reed, okay? Breaking the Culture was mad at Larry Reed because Larry Reed stopped buying her fucking story about Victor Cousins, okay? That is what happened. So Breaking the Culture was, no, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. Breaking the Culture was already fucking with Daryl Moore because she was against Larry Reed and what was going on with him and these accusers, okay? Breaking the Culture was fucking with other people in this YouTube space while they were picking up her story about Victor Cousins. She started fucking with Larry Reed on the Victor Cousins thing because he had his own motives for why he wanted to go against Victor Cousins. So he brought her on to tell her story And in doing that, he used her to go against Daryl Moore and against Let Me See Your Transcript. And Breaking, being the hoe, the slut that she is, and so easily on her back to do anything for anybody for a couple dollars, was willing to go over there and do that. She went in and told them one thing and told Larry another thing. And this has been consistently shown in text messages from Larry to all the way down to Jives, all the way down to Marcellus and Daryl Moore, and even Breaking the Culture herself. I have shown an extended amount of emails, text messages, and so forth that completely debunks that story. On top of that, Daryl Moore himself said he is the one that called CPS on Breaking the Culture, and it was because of her consistently being online, drunk and fucked up in front of her kids. That is the reason why he did that and why he opened up that case. As far as you saying there's only 2 children that this woman has and that she has never abandoned her kids. As you know, Anti-Afro, the 2 children that she claims lives with her on a consistent basis is named Ishmael and Malia, right? Let's go ahead and listen to Breaking the Culture talk about another child.
Have had nothing but negative to say about me, I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray for you. And then when it comes to Michael Henderson trying to slander me and all this other extra stuff, first of all, let's address that real quick. Michael, stop. You and I have been broken up since 2010. You just want to be relevant in my life. You seen that I got published, and as soon as you saw that I got published, you went straight to my sister and tried to send her this bogus ass thing, trying to slander me and dog me because you saw that I had finally made it in my career and I'm doing something well. You and I have been broken up. I did not pin a baby on you. Stop saying I pinned a baby on you. You knew what it was, just like my sister went out on, on a limb, and she didn't even have to justify it or say anything because I didn't give a fuck. Because you've been trying to be relevant for years and you're not. Quit trying to make everything about you. This has nothing to do with you. This is about Victor, not you. You know damn well you knew that he was not yours. You wanted to be with me and you wanted to be a family. You didn't want your family to know that you were with a woman that was with child. That's what happened. You got butthurt because you put your hands on me. Because I tried to go to a party with Renika, and her mom and Bubba and Nika had to come and get me from your house, and I moved out. I don't know what I was doing at the time, but you had Junior. You told us to leave Junior, and we were supposed to come and get him in a couple days from you because I had just moved out the house. You wanted to spend some time with him. After that happened, you quote unquote would have got a DNA test that no one's ever seen. And left my son sitting in my sister's parking lot is what you did. And that was that. Like, stop. Don't make it seem like that it was something that it was not. Don't do that. Actually, Victor Cousins just jumped in my inbox telling me that I need to stop and I clearly need help and all this and all that. I need help, Vic, but are we all lying? That's all I want to know.
So who's lying? Is it our lying ears? Is it our lying eyes? Because Breaking the Culture talks about her other child. And then it turns out after the interview with the grandmother of these children, it turns out that Breaking the Culture has a older child than that child, Michael Jr., right? She has an older child named Aiden who is tattooed on her arm. See, let's take a look, right? Because you're saying these children don't exist. You're vouching that these children don't exist. Aiden and Michael. She mentions Michael in that video. Breaking mentions Aiden in that video. Okay, let's play.
Who have had nothing but negative to say about me, I'm gonna pray for you. I'm going to pray for you. And then when it comes to Michael Henderson trying to slander me and all this other extra stuff, first of all, let's address that real quick. Michael, stop. You and I have been broken up since 2010. Um, you just want to be relevant in my life. You seen that I got published, and as soon as you saw that I got published, you went straight to my sister and tried to send her this bogus ass thing, trying to slander me and dog me because you saw that I had finally made it in my career and I'm doing something well. You and I have been broken up. I did not pin a baby on you. Stop saying I pinned a baby on you. You knew what it was, just like my sister went out on a limb, and she didn't even have to justify it or say anything because I didn't give a fuck. Because you've been trying to be relevant for years and you're not. Quit trying to make everything about you. This has nothing to do with you. This is about Victor, not you. You know damn well you knew that he was not yours. You wanted to be with me and you wanted to be a family. You didn't want your family to know that you were with a woman that was with child. That's what happened. You got butthurt because you put your hands on me. Because I tried to go to a party with Renika, and her mom and Bubba and Nika had to come and get me from your house, and I moved out. I don't know what I was doing at the time, but you had Junior. You told us to leave Junior, and we were supposed to come and get him in a couple days from you because I had just moved out the house. You wanted to spend some time with him. After that happened, you quote unquote went and got a DNA test that no one's ever seen. And left my son sitting in my sister's parking lot is what you did. And that was that. Like, stop. Don't make it seem like that it was something that it was not. Don't do that. Actually, Victor Cousins just jumped in my inbox telling me that I need to stop and I clearly need help and all this and all that. I need help, Vic, but are we all lying? That's all I want to know.
Sounds to me like you're lying. Sounds to me like you are over here trying to keep up this story that you don't have these two children that you do. Okay. Michael, that you just talked about, and Aiden, that is tattooed on your arm, that his grandmother talked about, that Michael's grandmother talked about. Okay. Yeah. Let's go ahead, though, and take a look at some history. All right. Because back in 4 years ago, there was a video that came out. Shout out to Mona DeLeon, because she is the one that brought this up. I didn't even see this when I was doing my research on the Vixen Chronicles and getting the other information. A lot of stuff that I got, though, was actually information that was given to me, and information that was dropped in my lap in regards to her. But this is one that I missed, okay? And this was a hot topic. This pastor was caught drunk reactions. And then there was another topic she did on Pastor Cousins versus Andre Garrison Church News. Okay. You guys can go take a look at this. This video was made 4 years ago, and I will put a link to this in my description box so you guys can take a look for yourself. But let's go ahead and go down into the comment section, because I did listen to that video, and I want you guys to go back and listen to the video as well so you guys can get the gist of what other people had been saying in regards to this very same story then, okay? So, long and behold, Michael Henderson actually comments on this video, okay? The same person that Breaking the Culture was just talking about in that video, and that Anti is telling everybody that everybody's lying on Breaking, and that let me see your transcript, came up with this idea and this story, right? The same person that Breaking the Culture was just acknowledging she left her son Junior with, Michael Jr. with, is on here making a comment. And he says, you couldn't have said it any better. That's exactly what happened. They haven't been together all those years. She has 2 other kids with different men through the time frame she stated. She's trying to set me up saying a child was mine, and I got a DNA that the child was not mine, and she denied it. She went out on me in our relationship and tried to cover it up, and when I got smart and woke up, I got a DNA test. This is coming from Michael Henderson, the person that you claim he was lying and you didn't pin a baby on him, and you knew what it was when I got with you. You didn't want your family to know that you were with a woman that was with child, because this man is a prestigious man. He owns they own a funeral home. Okay, it's called, I forgot what it's called now. I want to say Wright's Funeral Home. I don't remember what it is, but they own a funeral home over there in the Ohio area, in the Cincinnati area, right? So you wanted to make sure that he wanted to make sure, according to you, that his family didn't know that he was with a woman that was already pregnant. That's what you said in your own video. Let's play it again, since you think Anti thinks you only got Ishmael and Malia.
Have had nothing but negative to say about me, I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray for you. And then when it comes to Michael Henderson trying to slander me and all this other extra stuff, first of all, let's address that real quick. Michael, stop. You and I have been broken up since 2010. You just want to be relevant in my life. You seen that I got published, and as soon as you saw that I got published, you went straight to my sister and tried to send her this bogus ass thing, trying to slander me and dog me because you saw that I had finally made it in my career and I'm doing something well. You and I have been broken up. I did not pin a baby on you. Stop saying I pinned a baby on you. You knew what it was, just like my sister went out on a limb, and she didn't even have to justify it or say anything because I didn't give a fuck. Because you've been trying to be relevant for years and you're not. Quit trying to make everything about you. This has nothing to do with you. This is about Victor, not you. You know damn well you knew that he was not yours. You wanted to be with me and you wanted to be a family. You didn't want your family to know that you were with a woman that was with child. That's what happened. You got butthurt because you put your hands on me. Because I tried to go to a party with Renika, and her mom and Bubba and Nika had to come and get me from your house, and I moved out. I don't know what I was doing at the time, but you had Junior. You told us to leave Junior, and we were supposed to come and get him in a couple days from you because I had just moved out the house. You wanted to spend some time with him. After that happened, you quote unquote would have got a DNA test that no one's ever seen. And left my son sitting in my sister's parking lot is what you did. And that was that. Like, stop. Don't make it seem like that it was something that it was not. Don't do that. Actually, Victor Cousins just jumped in my inbox telling me that I need to stop and I clearly need help and all this and all that. I need help, Vic, but are we all lying? That's all I want to know.
Three key points of what you said. You said, Mike, you said Junior. I left him with you because you wanted to spend some time with Junior. So I went to a party. I don't know what I was doing, but I went out with a party to Renika. They had to come and get me because you put your hands on me. And I left Junior, even though you are a violent man that put your hands on me. I left my son, what you named him, my son, because you said you left my son in my sister's parking lot. That's what you said, right? You said Junior and that he knew what it was when he got with you, that you was pregnant already. He just didn't want to tell his family that you was already pregnant, so he claimed the child. You also said that y'all were broken up since 2010. He says the child was 1 to 2 years old when he did find out, when he did take the DNA test. So that means that child would have been born in 2009 or 2008. Yet Ishmael is only 12 years old. So let's do the math. If Ishmael is 12 years old, then he would have been born in what year? He would have been born in 2011. So if you were broken up since 2010 with this man, then it's clear you're not talking about Ishmael that was left with him, that was a year or two old by the time he got a DNA test, which was 6 months after you left the baby with him. Because that's what happened with Michael Jr. So it's clear that you have more than 2 children and that you have abandoned at least 2 of them. One is named Aiden, who is tattooed on your arm, and the other one is named Michael, which you named in that video, and also that he talks about on this post from 4 years ago. So girl, AAS, what I'm gonna need you to do is stop lying for breaking the culture, okay? Because she is off. That whole lie, that whole story of those children not existing has been debunked. We don't give a fuck that you don't like Let Me See Your Transcripts, and that, you still in this fantasy world still believe that you and Breakin' are in some kind of war against Let Me See Your Transcript, that Let Me See Your Transcript don't even give a fuck about, okay? But at the end of the day, the truth is the truth. The facts are the facts. And like I said, there is not a single lie that could be made up about Breaking the Culture that would ever top the truth about this bitch. Nobody has to make up anything about her, because the lies about her are so ridiculously over the top. The truth about her is so ridiculously over the top. It's hard to believe. You gotta give like evidence. You gotta give receipts on this shit to prove it, because it's so fantastical. It's so ridiculous. The truth about your minion. So you can continue to tell the little 10 or 15 people that might agree with you or that you purchase for likes, that this is all true and consistent. But the truth of the matter is forever on the internet. And that's just what it is, okay? That's just what the fuck it is. So that's all I got for Anti today. And that's what I got on these community walls and these community posts as well. I think I've covered everything that I really wanted to cover, and that I really wanted to talk about. But I do think the final thing with P, like I said, P, I like you, P. I think a lot of us do. I think a lot of us want to continue to rock with you. You know what I'm saying? But I think you're going to end up with a sausage party if you, consistently try to come after females who aren't beefing with you, right? Carrie's not beefing with you. Nikki's not beefing with you either. And neither is Mona, right? But because Breaking the Culture and Stargate don't like these 3 women, I don't know why you as a man would feel like you need to jump in the middle. Because it's starting to make you look like Fotiana or like Shay Shay, right? Where they as men are jumping smack in the middle of these women. The only difference between you and them, though, I will say, is you will consistently go toe to toe with niggas too, right? So I think that's the only difference with that. Whereas they don't want to go toe to toe with men, they would rather, just do this with women, and that's it. I don't see you doing that. I do see you, coming for both sides, right? But what I need you to not do is give the women, especially these three women, right, advice on how they need to be behaving as 50 plus year olds and 40 plus year olds and all this other stuff, when literally you just brandished an entire firearm the other day over a man that is thousands of miles away from you, right, over YouTube drama. Okay. When you can put the firearms down, right, and not be picking that shit up on somebody's YouTube, on somebody's live, right, and yelling and screaming to the top of your lungs outside over some man who you don't know, is when I will take advice like that from you. Okay. Because none of these women have even gotten even close to anything like that. None of them. Not one. Like you said, Mona's not ugly because of her looks. It's because of her behavior. Well, Mona's not brandishing no firearms out here threatening nobody. Mona told Breaking the Culture, pull up the Gleason's gym. We'll go ahead and have us a real battle. Let's go ahead and have us a fight. We're going to put some money down on this ring, and we're going to go ahead and have this fight. What's ugly about that? All while Breaking the Culture is lying about me being, impregnated by my grandfather. You don't have anything to say about that. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, it's what I'm gonna need you to do, P. And like I said, I fuck with you. I actually like your content. I think you are needed in the sector as well. But please don't get on this soapbox of coming after the women like as if you have this like you're on this higher horse than other people, or like somehow you're the moral police for the females, right? But you can brandish firearms against other niggas and literally brandish firearms. Like, I'm not just talking about it, not just your picture and all. I'm talking about literally pulling out these big boys out here on this live stream over some drama, some young ass, childish ass drama on YouTube. And then you got advice for the women. Like I said, I haven't seen any of these women do that. So when you could put the firearms down and calm down a little bit with all that, you know what I'm saying? Because, it's one thing to be beefing and to be, doing our thing, and we going back and forth and we doing our thing. It's another thing to just be going overboard, right? And like you claim, you have all this wisdom and you know so much better. And you can't understand why these women would be simply cussing out another person, such as the likes of Rev G or the likes of Breaking the Culture, or of hoes. You can't understand that, but you can give a pass to literally brandishing a firearm against a man who clearly didn't want to fucking fight. Clearly, he don't even want to fight with you. But you're brandishing firearms, jumping out the window, talking about you going to send his wife this and send her sherry berries and all this other shit. Child, that shit was crazy too. I ain't heard that shit in so long. But bringing that whole thing into it and then claiming you have all this wisdom, to give to the women. Like I said, it's really hard to swallow that coming from you, right? It would come much better from somebody like a Bombay or somebody like that who's not out here acting like that. But you are literally down in the trenches, down in the dumps, down in the gutter with everybody else. So I don't want to hear no advice from you. I literally don't. I can't understand that. But like I said, some of y'all only do things for certain women, right? For certain people. And it's funny because that whole time, none of these people are beefing with you, but you got advice to give them about how they should behave when they're not even acting clearly, not even 10% of how you are. And that's just all I got to say about that. Again, I know I'm going to end up on a thumbnail now too. I know I'm going to get a 2-hour rant about me too, being a whore and doing everything else that you can think of that you think is going to make me walk away. Like Photon thought he would mention my grandfather enough or tell everybody not to watch me talking about breaking. And how many times is she going to talk about? As many times as I fucking feel like it, nigga. As many times as it triggers you, Photon. That's how much. Okay. How many times? I know that that's what you niggas do, but y'all don't do enough to ever make me go the fuck away. And that's just it. You're never going to do that. No matter what, no matter how many times you talk about anything that you think is going to trigger me, no matter what you talk about childhood trauma or any of that shit, it's never going to shut me the fuck up about any of you. And that's all God. That's all God. Anyway, let me go ahead and get into these comments, and then we are going to end the show because I really, 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 really want to enjoy the rest of my Sunday. But I definitely appreciate all of you for being here today. Let me go ahead and get all the way up here to the comment sections because y'all was like 76 comments after the last comment. Shit, guys. I appreciate all of y'all and y'all just consistently being in the building. Let me go ahead. Okay, so okay, I think I got the cop is my homeboy. Every community on the internet participates in doxing. Right, Bone and Teresa. You said thank you, sweetheart. Okay. You said LV, you got to keep your hand on the button just to have a man, the man, in the conversation. All you want to do is get clout. If you want to have a truth debate, you want to be playing games. I think what happened with y'all the other night could really easily be solved if y'all watched the replay, right? Because what happened from the audience point of view when Alan and you got on that panel with LV, you and Alan started going in on each other, right? And then Alan, when LV was saying, hold on, right? He was trying to get both of y'all to stop for a second because he had some things he wanted to say. Alan stopped. Alan kept going and you kept going. So he ended up muting both of y'all. Okay? Because he was, and I want you to go back and listen to the show. Stop the arguments and go back and listen to the show. Okay? Listen to what we heard. Okay? So that is when LV muted both of you. You unmuted, Smoke, and you kept going. This is something that has been consistent with us in the sector in the past, where if somebody's on a panel, the louder you are, the more you scream, the more you yell, you win, right? We're not moving in that direction now. So a lot of us are like, hold on, let me control this conversation because the audience complains when that happens because we can't hear either one of you, right? So Alan got quiet and you unmuted and you kept going. Then Alan unmuted and said something else, and then y'all were going again. And then LV was trying to get control of the panel. So he ends up muting both of you again. You unmuted again and kept going again. And then he muted you again. And that is what you got upset about because you were thinking, not hearing him tell you, hold on, because you were screaming over top of them and you were so busy going at Alan, you didn't hear the host telling you to hold on. And so when the host was saying, hold on, you kept unmuting it. And then it appeared to you, which I get it. It appeared to you like LV was just trying to make you be quiet, right? When he wasn't. He was asking both of you to be quiet so he could say a few things and keep, order on his panel. That was all he did. And if you go back and listen to the show, if you listen to that one part of it, you'll hear that. And you'll be surprised at why LV reacted the way he did. I'm not going to take any sides on that or anything. I just literally want you to hear how that went and why that happened. And I guarantee you this argument is going to go away. I guarantee it. If you go back and listen to it, that was the same thing that happened with me and P one time, right? We were arguing and going back and forth. I thought he said one thing and it turned out he didn't say that. He thought I said one thing and it turned out I never said that, right? And we had to go back and listen to the show, not going in and arguing still and going back and forth. We had to listen to the show to hear what was really said. All right. So I'm hoping that both of y'all or everybody can go back and do that and really listen in on that. He said, Triggs, he said, LV, the only debate I will have is on my panel. The price went up, which doesn't make sense because then he does, like, you have control of the conversation. A debate is supposed to be in a neutral space where neither one of the parties have control of the conversation. It makes no sense for him to have a debate on your show. Like, y'all can go on a neutral panel and you can go for 5 minutes or 3 minutes. He can go for 5 minutes or 3 minutes, and it's both interrupted on each other. That's what, how a debate goes, right? It wouldn't be right for it to be on his panel or on your panel, right? It needs to be on a mutual, panel. So, or neutral panel. You said, my baby, we know your heart. You said, if anyone wants to see smoke, you got to come to the metaverse. Okay. You said, Teresa, most deaf. Y'all know I rock with y'all. Real recognize real. And then you said, Smoke, you just afraid of this body bag awaiting you. The metaverse will be like Smoke Gang. Okay. You said, anti-crack pipe and Molly. You said, Riz, you ain't shit. LOL, not the Molly, right? You said, but snakes don't have body parts. I was thinking that too. Like, I didn't know what body parts, maybe the eyes, I don't know. Okay, but yeah, we're going to go ahead and just go along with whatever the fuck this chick was talking about. You said, okay, LV, you so lame, bro. You remind me of a little action figure. You know what? You said, LV, I'm sorry, bro. You just don't move me. You said, LV, you a little guy. You said, TMK, bath salts and all, right? You said, Smoke, you don't want that same feeling you had when Binary took Smoke Gang. The metaverse will be mine after that debate. He said, LOL at bath salts, right? He said, LV, exactly. That's why I don't put none of your stuff on my page. He said, LV, you going around begging for my attention. He said, Rev GBTQ, Barbie dolls, and Dr. Fratbra, tranny hair products. Okay. He said, LV, you begging Smoke for debate. I'm not begging you. He said, Smoke, accept the challenge, you coward. You said, TMK, bath salt, pause. He said, LV, you lame cornball. Come on, y'all. Can y'all please get this together? He said, Rev G, about that D. You said, you know what? He said, I saw AAS make a statement. AFW has never posted someone's private information. However, I seem to remember her posting, let me see your transcripts, social security number. Exactly. She's so inconsistent with the stuff AAS be saying. She definitely be posting people's private information. She need to cut that shit out. You said, LV, I'm not arguing with a man, Women Crush Wednesday draws. You know what? You said, Diggable, I wrote bars on Rev, but I threw it in the toilet. Ray Trigg says, what the fuck? I guess I'm the snake. I don't know. You said, LOL. What's up, Mona? Right, child. Take them notes on that. You said, shout out Smokey the Clown. You said, LV, take them WWF draws off. You said, Anti is trying to blame me because Breaking the Culture snitched on her talking shit about Mona. I didn't say it. Breaking did. Exactly. Breaking is the one that told on you, honey. Like, she's the one that put you out under the bus. You said, ain't nobody worried about that Latino man. Okay. You said, Ray, and if you did, oh, the fuck well. Okay. Shit. What the fuck these niggas gonna do? You said, LV, what are you doing when Smoke Mania while on? What are you gonna do when Smoke Mania while on you? Super facts, godmother. You said, Smoke, pause. You said, I didn't betray anyone. I just asked and answered questions. Exactly. But in her mind, in AAS's mind, you giving that honest answer to TC was a quote unquote betrayal, right? When you didn't betray a goddamn thing. You just spoke facts. And this bitch is the only one, her and her minions are the only one living in this YouTube space. You said, LV, sit your ass down. Hey, what's up, Double Exposure? You said this sector would not exist without AAS. She started this Dr. Umar Johnson sector. So I disagree. I think that the sector has moved on to other things. The sector itself talks about and speaks on other things and doesn't even call itself the Umar Johnson sector anymore. That has been dead for probably 2 years now. And so if anti left this space, the sector would still continue, right? The sector would still go on. And, eventually people would stop talking about her. The only reason people still talk about her is because she's still here, right? She's still taking part in what goes on in the sector. Sectors in YouTube evolve. They don't stay the same, right? Sometimes, it might be one way. Like the beef sector is completely different than it was, a few years ago. There's even other people that are no longer doing as much beefing as they used to do and stuff like that. So sectors change. They don't stay the same, and they don't remain consistent because of one or two people. Those people and those players change over time. So, she might have been a major contender at one time that created this Umar Johnson sector. But the sector now is not the Umar Johnson sector. So I don't think that the sector wouldn't exist without her. I do think that if she left the sector would still be here. Now, I do think that if it wasn't for her starting the Umar Johnson sector, then you could say that we wouldn't be together as a sector now. I could say that, but I can't say that if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't exist. I don't think that. I think that she can move on and we would still be doing our thing. You said, I never seen someone write a whole fan fiction fantasy novel on a community wall. Okay, just say it. He said, LV, change them Women Crush Wednesday bed sheets to nigga you too old. You mean to tell me you were smashing your girl on wrestling sheets? Y'all niggas is crazy. You said, Smoke, you still haven't accepted the challenge. I'm the most dangerous man in the metaverse. Facts. You said, LV, because you don't matter. He said, LV, I will never fuck with you. LV, respect it. You said, no, not the timer, LOL. You said, the same man that had her doing hugs in the host circle. Okay? I'm just saying. You said, fam, see what I mean about dissing the host with off-topic back and forth convo? It's called etiquette. I'm just saying. I agree. Cat Stacks went from Wish to Victor Cousins. He said, Riz, yet she hops up here and calls people dusty. Okay? Don't make no goddamn sense, child. Don't make no sense. He said, that Coke drip, child, when she was doing that. He said, Riz. And she do that in a lot of spaces, too. He said, same story. People aren't relevant and jealous of her, right? Everybody's jealous of her. All the people, everybody want to be her. Everybody wants her life. Her fucking miserable ass fucking life. Like, what the fuck? You said, Mona, dead ass, okay? You said, no wonder Fothong wanted Cat Stacks as his panel host at one point, but instead he got a 65-year-old woman. You know what? You said, if the question is who is lying, the answer is always Breaking, okay? Always. And that's a good thing to ask too, right? Because even in that video, she was saying, all of us can't be lying, Victor Cousins, all of us. Who is all of us? Because there hasn't been not a near single another woman that has come forward with this shit. There was like one lady that was like, yeah, I was messing with him at one time, but she wasn't pressed about it. She wasn't upset or anything. Like, where are all these women that Breaking the Culture had claimed had been taken advantage of, and they all got in touch with her and they all gave her inbox? This was like 4 or 5 years ago. Where are these bitches at? Where are they, Breaking? Because nothing has ever come forward about any of that either. Don't make no goddamn sense. So yeah, who lied? You said, and your first tattoo is usually your name or your kids' names. Exactly. 100%. Okay. You said TMK need to sample that. You know what? You said it don't matter if she's not got a thing to do with it. It could be happening in Azerbaijan. If the question is who is lying, the answer is Breaking the Culture. Okay, 100%. Pixie says, Mona, true. You said, shout out to Victor Cousins. Facts. You said she hops around in hopes of someone to take care of the kids she made with other men. I don't like that. The world is filled, right? Facts. Junior, okay? Junior, right. And his name is Michael. Michael Jr. And that's what the little boy's name is. Matter of fact, I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna go find this video because I did this too. You said, damn, she sounds like she's slurping a Slurpee, okay? You said, Riz, but she gets a pass because she's biracial. Let this be a black woman, okay? Let this have been me that had abandoned my kids. Y'all niggas would, man, listen, y'all niggas would hang me out to fucking dry. And that's the crazy part about it. You said, Mona, you're doing the right thing by not wanting kids yet because women like this run around doing what my previous comment stated. Exactly. All that that's what they do. He said, did she tell you at Mona you shouldn't have put your personal business on the internet? Didn't she say that yesterday? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. You said Pamper Butt should have taken her to the shelter. Okay, just saying. You said, Mona, she won't survive in Cuba doing this shit. She'll get carved up real nice. Okay? Okay. You said, I got some more pre. We'll talk behind the scenes. Okay, okay. I'm looking forward to it. You said, who's going to Cuba? Riz Lyricist breaking. She can't even get up. She can't even get past New Jersey. You said, Riz, sample what I just got back. Hot wife, hot topic. Okay, Diggable. I love Hood Evangelist. Yeah. Y'all got to go check out that video because I did not know she had made videos about breaking and about Larry Reid and them too. You said, Steph, she sure did. You said, TMK, her sniffling, LOL. Crazy. You said, and she and Michael Jr. wasn't Michael, but exactly. Right. You said, so everyone is lying. Everybody lying on this girl. Everybody making this up. You said, this is why I read comments. Okay, just saying. You said, Steph, nah, she better not go to Cuba looking for a man to take care of her children. She'll get thrown in an alley in Havana, carved up. Okay? You said, she named the boy Michael Jr., but Michael wasn't the senior. Somebody fix it. Okay? Facts. You said, anti-acting like she was there when she gave birth. Okay? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you know what comes out of this bitch's birth canal and whatnot. You said denial. Okay. You said just moving from piddle to post with these poor babies. And that's exactly what she did with multiple men. Okay. In different spaces doing different fucking things. This guy, with Leon, with Victor, trying to move in with Victor, trying to send this to 3 different niggas, Dr. Mike, all these different men. All these different niggas, okay? And the whole time, Aiden is tattooed on her arm. She can never deny that little boy is tattooed on her arm. You said, wow, that's Mike Henderson, real account, that page too. It is a real account. You guys can go over there and take a look at the page. He is most definitely real. That is not a fake account. And he just, he still upload stuff to his channel to this day. Like he does uploads to his playlists and whatnot. So yeah, that is a real person, honey. Nobody's making this shit up about breaking the culture. You said, well, anti saying there's police and CPS documents that prove the kids don't exist. Does she think we're dumb? Like, what cops are gonna come and how do they know? Right? How would they know or give a fuck? And why would CPS ever write a report like that? Why? They have no reason to be looking into 2 children who are already in a stable environment, who have already, their custody has already been resolved. Breaking the culture likes to make up shit, make up documents, and then send them off to certain people so that they can say that they've seen something and, nobody else actually has seen it, right? Because it doesn't actually exist. Because then if she puts it public, then we're going to ask her for case numbers. We're going to ask her for stuff that would cause her to force the truth out of the matter, right? But no, she don't want to do that. She would rather just tell anti something or make up something to show her. And anti knows it's fake because she works in law enforcement. So she knows it's fucking fake. But she's going to go along with it because Breaking is willing to be her minion. Like, we all know this. Like, we're not going to pretend this bullshit. You said, Ray sure is. And guess who may have an interview with him? Child, I was hoping that you would. And if you didn't, I was going to go for it. Okay. But I said, no, see, the Lord is telling me your work is done, child. Okay. The Lord has let me know my work is done. Okay. I don't need to do anything else out here. Okay. So, yeah, honey, I am very much looking forward to what will come from all of this since everybody lying on this bitch. Okay. Since everybody lying on the bitch, right? You said, how would that even happen? You can't call up CPS or the police and ask them to help you prove to the internet that two children don't exist. Okay, exactly. Exactly. Like, get the fuck out of here, right? You said, no, Mona. Yes, Mona. I am here for it because I promise you, if you didn't do it, I was going to do it. You said, all you got to do is read through comments on the smaller church sector videos. Exactly. Because there's a lot of stuff about her on those videos. You said Steph Collins. You said Jives has some good videos too at Mona. Yep. That's where I got that timer from, is from Jives. He says, Steph, yep, but the smaller ones have all the dirt. Yeah, we got to go over this stuff. Like, we got to make this a video. We got to make Photon mad and go over this and do a video or two on all this stuff. All the women kind of get together and we just put all these receipts together, honey. Uh-huh. He said, I'd agree with that. You said, AKA Junior. Okay. You said, them two can't stop lying if they wanted to and tried real hard. Okay. Liars Anonymous can't help them, honey. AAS sounds like she got her tonsils removed. You said, transcript is over in Andrew Caldwell's sector, living her best fucking life. She is not thinking at all about anti or breaking the culture in no way, shape, form, or fashion. You said inpatient rehab for lying may work, but it's going to need to be more than 90 days. They need like a year or two. Okay. You said, let me make a post with screenshots right quick. Oh, shit. Let me see if you did it. Let me see if you did it, honey. Let me see. Let me see. Because we're going to go over them. Shout out to Mona in the building. Let's see here. Yup. Okay, I'm going to pull this up. Let me move my brand. Hold on. Let me pull up Mona's channel, because we're going to go over Mona Community Wall. Make sure y'all go over there and hit the like button on the community post as well. Because, child, you know, we cooking these bitches out here. Yes, AAS, since you said these kids don't exist, right? You're saying you are in her pussy, knowing what goes on with these kids, right? Let's go ahead and remove the banner. We're going to present my screen. Shout out to Mona DeLeon out here. Make sure y'all go over and subscribe to Mona. And make sure that y'all hit the like button over here. Let me go ahead and remove this branding real quick. All right. All right. Protect the kids. Where is Aiden and where is Michael? Aiden spelled Aiden. And Michael Jr. You shouldn't put your personal business on the internet, right? Now let's look at something from 4 years ago. Because she's telling the truth, as this person said. And this person said, this is Michael Henderson. You couldn't have said it any better, which is what I just read, okay? Exactly what happened. They haven't been together all those years. She has 2 other kids with different men through the time frame she stated. This is all before Ishmael and Malia, okay? This is the other 2 kids. So even Michael talks about Aiden, right? That she had 2 other kids with different men through the time frame she stated, which she was talking about her and Victor Cousins being in this sexual relationship. She tried to set me up saying a child was mine and I got a DNA. The child was not mine and she denied it. She went out on me in our relationship and tried to cover it up. And when I got smart and woke up, I got a DNA test. What did Breaking the Culture say about that again? What did she say about that DNA test?
Have had nothing but negative to say about me, I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray for you. And then when it comes to Michael Henderson trying to slander me and all this other extra stuff, first of all, let's address that real quick. Michael, stop. You and I have been broken up since 2010. Um, you just want to be relevant in my life. You seen that I got published, and as soon as you saw that I got published, you went straight to my sister and tried to send her this bogus ass thing, trying to slander me and dog me because you saw that I had finally made it in my career and I'm doing something well. You and I have been broken up. I did not pin a baby on you. Stop saying I pinned a baby on you. You knew what it was, just like my sister went out on, on a limb, and she didn't even have to justify it or say anything because I didn't give a fuck. Because you've been trying to be relevant for years and you're not. Quit trying to make everything about you. This has nothing to do with you. This is about Victor, not you. You know damn well you knew that he was not yours. You wanted to be with me and you wanted to be a family. You didn't want your family to know that you were with a woman that was with child. That's what happened. You got butthurt because you put your hands on me. Because I tried to go to a party with Renika, and her mom and Bubba and Nika had to come and get me from your house, and I moved out. I don't know what I was doing at the time, but you had Junior. You told us to leave Junior, and we were supposed to come and get him in a couple days from you because I had just moved out the house. You wanted to spend some time with him. After that happened, you quote unquote went and got a DNA test that no one's ever seen. And left my son sitting in my sister's parking lot is what you did. And that was that. Like, stop. Don't make it seem like that it was something that it was not. Don't do that. Actually, Victor Cousins just jumped in my inbox telling me that I need to stop and I clearly need help and all this and all that. I need help, Vic, but are we all lying? That's all I want to know.
No, it's consistent. It's consistent with what Michael Henderson says. He went and got a DNA test, just like you said he went and got a DNA test, okay? And then dropped your son, Junior, Michael Jr., off at your sister's. Remember? Because that's what you said. Now, Michael, we want to hear his side of the story, what happened. But according to you, he dropped your son off, who was born before 2010, to your sister. Yet Ishmael is only 12. It's 2023. So he doesn't add up to 2010. He wasn't born. He wasn't even thought of in 2010. He wasn't thought of in 2009. He wasn't thought of in 2008. So who are you talking about? Who is he talking about? Who are these two kids? Besides the one that he got the DNA test, who's the other kid? Breaking or Anti? Since you have all the answers, Anti. Since this is something that Let Me See Your Transcript made up and Daryl Moore made up, show us the evidence of that. Show us the proof, because we just gave you receipts, bitch. We don't just go by our word. Take my word for it. Take my light-skinned, stringy hair word for it. Yeah, Anti. Let's find out. You let us know, Anti. Since you got all the answers, what's up with your stringy hair? Since you in her pussy, since you there when she giving birth to her kids, since you know how many babies she pushed out of that pussy, you give us the evidence otherwise, because we show receipts. We don't make up shit around here. We don't make up a motherfucking thing. And we don't have to go on our community walls and tell stories and make these crazy, these crazy posts about other people trying to push propaganda about people we don't like. We don't have to do that. Again, you're out of gas, bitch. Okay? And until you can show us how you came to that conclusion without just spilling propaganda, we're going to believe this guy who, breaking the culture herself, confirms his story. She herself confirmed what this man has said. She mentions him by name, and she mentions that he had a DNA test. And the same child that he was talking about and that Michael Jr.'s real grandmother was talking about is also tattooed on your minion's arm. How do you explain that? Or you're just going to skip over what's tattooed on her arm and her mentioning her son herself and mentioning and consistently going. I'm sorry, I'll get back to you guys' comments in just a second, guys. And consistently going with what this man has said is fact. And breaking the culture is also saying is fact. So should we believe you, Anti, or should we believe breaking the culture? Because breaking is the one that told us about Michael Henderson having a DNA test and dropping Junior off with her sister. And she hasn't been with him since 2010. This came out of your minion's mouth. We'll wait to see how you spin that shit. Or if you spin that shit, right? We'll wait. We'll wait to see. I would love to see how you'd like to spin that, though. I would absolutely love to see that. And Redbone, I appreciate you for being in the building. Shout out to you. My condolences are out to you and the family. And we did do a moment of silence earlier for the sister. So may she continue to sleep peacefully, and you guys, may you guys find comfort in this difficult time as well. And I do appreciate you being in the clouds as well. You said real talk. You said I don't care, right? You said Redbone. You said exactly, and made threats, right? You said P will have a stroke before I care. Okay. Hey, Josephine, appreciate you being in the building. You said, what's going on? You said, Mona T, you ever has Biscuitville in Winston? You said, what I did there. You said, oh, shout out to shootouts. Y'all see what I did there? You know what? Right. Cyber shootouts out this bitch, right? You said, Diggable, I saw it, son, on word. You said, Mona, sorry, on the road. Have you ever had Biscuitville in Winston-Salem? You said, I just want to know what the make is on that steel P show. Right. I actually, I'm into stuff like that. I really do like artillery and shit. I'm not going to go brandish that shit on here and tell y'all I'm about to use it on y'all or y'all husbands or any of that shit, but I most definitely like them. And I would like him to do more of a presentation of this stuff to us and discuss these things with us and, take that joint apart, show us the insides, all that stuff or whatever. Let's do that, right? Instead of that, because Nikki, Carrie, or Mona has never done that. I'm just saying. They've never done that. Okay, just saying. You said, I just want to know. Okay, yeah, I want to know what that is too, right? You said, Smokavelli, yeah. You said, the spicy chicken biscuit goes hard. You said, exactly, Fothong and the rest of them. You said, okay. You said, Mona T, yes, with that honey. And then you said, Smoke, I get that with the strawberry tea. I need to go wherever y'all talking about. You said, this is why you're the godmother. You're active and you keep it real, son, on dogs. You know it. You said, I want some chat clout. Okay, Joe, you get 400 in the chat out this bitch. Okay. You said, Mona T, yo, I get that sweet tea. You never tried the Reggae Cafe in Greensboro? You said, sorry for the typo. You said, Smoke, yes, but I like vibes better. And you said, Josephine. You said, it is what it is. If you scared, Smoke, say you scared, or just say you don't want to do it. It's okay to turn down a debate. Excuses, though, says a lot. You said AAS moves like a racer snake, right? You said, I was being attacked. You said, it's cool. I was wrong. And Smoke won't come back on nobody else panel. But that's not how it has to be. Like, you can be around and come around and all that shit, man. We love you, Smoke. We love you coming around and giving your opinions and all that stuff. You said Diggable LOL about that D. You know what? You said Riz anti eight balls and lollies. You said I accept. You said, okay, so you're accepting the debate. That's what's up. That's gonna be a great debate. It is. You said Stephanie anti-fatback and Palmer. You said, okay, fine. Yeah, y'all crazy. You said, hey, BB. You said, you left my son in the parking lot. Exactly, right. Double exposure. Do we hear what's coming out this bitch mouth? Like, we ain't got to make up nothing on her. Like I said, bitch, the truth about you is worse than any lie I could ever fathom, I could ever put together, I could ever splice and dice. I ain't got to do none of that. The truth about you is worse than any of that shit. On God. On God. And clearly you about to see even more. You said crazy, sir. Okay. You said a sector and an echo chamber are two different things. Okay. Most definitely. You said Riz Lyricist anti-woke got fucked by the Archibaldi. You said wrestling sheets. These niggas is crazy, right? You said if he don't matter, why so angry? You said Stephanie anti-wrestling sheets and Barbies. Yo. You said Riz Lyricist anti-Crayolas and Miss Piggle Wiggies. You said that one video is so incriminating for her. Yo, word, that one video itself. I got another one I'm about to pull up too. But that one in itself is just so incriminating because it would be one thing if I would just play what the grandmother was saying, right? Like if I just was playing that, then that would be one thing. It's another thing when it's the grandma. Well, if I was just playing what Breaking, what the grandma was saying, but if Breaking, it's another thing when Breaking is telling us about this too, right? Because she is the one that is mentioning this same child, okay? But we're going to go ahead and look real quick because I got another one of these videos that I actually want to play. Let me go ahead and throw a quick timer up real quick so I can grab it. It's only going to be a minute. Wrong one. Let me go ahead and, you know what? We're just gonna play Record Gate. We're gonna play Breaking's Record Gate.
You could just completely try to bash my name in, so that when I finally did talk, that whatever I said, people would like be side-eyeing me. And the thing is that it don't really matter with the sector thing, but the people that I know certain things about, and those are the people that really would matter, and they would know if I'm telling the truth or not. It would be another Nikki situation. You're the one that was worried about people being recorded. You know, Sultan dragged their ass about it.
You know what? I'm going to do another live. Let's get messy for a second. Breaking has a file. This is how obsessive this motherfucker is. Breaking has files and Dropboxes on everybody. If you listen to her talk, you can believe it. She actually saves recordings on a lot of motherfuckers in the sector. She puts them on files. She puts them in Dropboxes on clouds. She got one on everybody. She got one on I. She got one on, tried to get one on me. She got one on Anti. She got one on several people in the sector. Several people in the motherfucking sector. Y'all don't believe me? I like to show receipts. I'm not going to show anybody's shit in the sector, but Little Knockout Media got one too. And I don't give a shit about him. He ain't in our sector. So here you go, folks. And y'all know that ain't mine because I don't watch that motherfucker. That's one of a few things that I got from this break-in. And she does have one on Anti. Now, if you don't believe me, click on that shit. And
yes, motherfucker.
I'll tell you why I say it's worse. I'll say this. I'll tell you why. So I've had CPS called on me, right? And I've had APS called on me, CPS called on me, DTPP, whatever fuck you want to call it.
No one reached out to her kid. Nobody reached. Now, granted, do I know who her and her children and her entire family is? Absolutely. I know who your brother is. I know who your mom is. I know who your dad is. I know who your siblings are. I know who your aunts and uncles are. I know who your kids are. Of course, I know who you. I know your bitch. I know where you work. I know where you live.
I know what your shifts are. What do you want to know? What do you want me to tell you that I know?
She has shifts? Oh, you mean like, oh, I see. So she
bitch,
works
I know
once a
when
day.
you clock in. I know when you clock out.
And clock out.
Sure
Okay.
do. I know your entire, I know who you are. Why wouldn't I know who you are? I did my research.
Because he really been out here being messy. And that ain't even half of what that ain't even nothing. Like, on some real shit, him recording propane ain't shit. It's way worse shit. I'm just curious to see if he gonna tell it himself. Because he really been out here being messy. And that ain't even half of what that ain't even nothing. Like, on some real shit, him recording propane ain't shit. It's way worse shit. I'm just curious to see if he gonna tell it himself. Because he really been out here being messy. And that ain't even half of what that ain't even nothing. Like, on some real shit, him recording propane ain't shit. It's way worse shit. I'm just curious to see if he gonna tell on himself.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and play this video real quick, because this is a video that I did when I said, let's be very clear, part 2, Michael Henderson breakdown. Okay, let's go ahead and listen in on this. Because these videos are very incriminating.
Here, so I wanted her a good picture, and then I let him talk to the man who's raising him first, who she left him with at people born, which was Michael Henderson. Michael Henderson was raising me from the time he got home from the hospital to like 6 months.
So who's Michael Henderson? That's the person that was raising?
He was the person, when Andrea got pregnant by my son, my son was in college at the time, and she told him that it was his baby, and then a few weeks or a few months later, she told him that it wasn't his baby.
Oh, wow.
So I had a good talk with him about the condoms and all of that. Learn from your lesson. And so she put the baby on Mike. Michael Henderson he's like an undertaker. He works for
Jordan Finhall.
He's older than my son. He's older than my son and Andrea, but he made good money. So I think he felt like I'll put the baby on him, and he'll be better off over there, or if I go over child support, I'll be better child support. With my age, in school. So, for a good portion of the time, Mike had the baby, and the reason why we found out about the baby was Mike had met my son, prior to the baby being born. And after having a baby for 6 months or so, the paternity test came back. When it came back to Mike, this is what Mike told me. This is version of what he told me. When the paternity test came back negative, the reason why he took the paternity test because he was going for custody of what he thought was his child. And so, when he took the paternity test, and you have to have that in order to get custody, it came back negative. So at the point that he called Drea and told her that she needs to come and get the child. At that point, she told him that she was going to put the child up for adoption. Mike told, there's this, her name is Stephanie, that's her name. There's this Caucasian woman named Stephanie that Andrea was going around saying it was her mother, and I thought it was her mother for a period of time. And she had a sister named Dee. Stephanie's daughter named Dee, but Andrea looked just alike. So I thought that it was maybe her foster mother, but it turned out later on it was her foster mother. But anyway, Stephanie knew my son.
Mm-hmm. So, Stephanie is okay.
Everybody pay attention. Everybody pay attention.
Stephanie wasn't the real mama of the friend.
I don't know. I'm about to find out.
Okay.
That connection is kind of rough.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
No problem.
So who is Stephanie again? You said Stephanie is her.
Turned out to be a friend of her friend's mother. So, but I can tell you all about that. I think turned out to be her friend's mother. Which the whole time I thought she was her mother or a foster mother, because I knew from my son, my son and her grew up in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Although I never met her, my son would come home and talk about this young woman. She had a baby. But she has a son that's older than my grandson. His name is Aiden. And Aiden lives with his great-grandmother, because the great-grandmother had helped her grandson get custody, and then he ended up running off leaving that baby with his grandmother. So this baby is older than Junior. He would be 14 right now.
So she has another child older than your grandson?
Yeah, I met Aiden. I met him when he was little. Wait, so Aiden is
Hold on, guys. It starts working again. I don't know why it's doing this. Oh, I think this is how I recorded it. Maybe not. Okay, I don't know why this is buffering, but it's taking a second for it to keep going. So bear with me just a second, guys. Hold on, guys. Either way, it's still telling us, like, you guys are hearing this lady talking about Aiden and how she met Aiden. She knows that Aiden most definitely exists, and that Aiden is her son. Aiden is Breaking the Culture's son. Well, I don't know. It must be the gods that don't want that to continue playing. So we're going to go ahead and leave that at that. I think you guys got the gist of it, though, that most definitely Aiden definitely exists, and that, yes, Breaking the Culture is his mother. And that, yeah, the father, Michael Jr., Michael Sr., was the one that she had originally said was this child's father, Michael. And it turns out he wasn't the father, and he got a DNA test, which he showed us that he told us he got a DNA test. And that's what that is. So Breaking has lied to us again. And now we got Anti trying to lie and for this girl and tell us some bullshit that's not even true. Okay, so yeah, Anti, we're going to need you to show us where you got that information from and how you think, you know that shit's actually true. But that is very, very incriminating information. You are absolutely right, Double Exposure. You said Riz, as usual, be killing with, okay? You said Diggable. You said Steph, anti-bananas in pajamas. You said AAS built like she has heart blockage, okay? You said that's a lie. Cops don't give proof like that, right? You said me and TMK, exactly. Ain't nobody, no cops gonna be giving up these motherfuckers that think we're stupid enough to believe that some CPS reports and some police reports are gonna prove that 2 children that are already squared away and already being cared for by family and by their fathers are going to give her a report that how do they know? They don't know her pussy. Like, what the fuck? This girl is stupid, yo. You said me and TMK already triggered Phothong. Y'all ever realize after Swagger Jacker came out, he's been hopping on everyone's panels? Is it only my sober mind that realized this? Oh, no, I see it all. I see that y'all have triggered him. Triggs has triggered him. I trigger him. Like, there's certain people that he's just really triggered by. And he's not really particularly triggered by me. He's just triggered by the fact that I support certain people, right? And that, he feels like women are the easiest to pick on. So he wants to scream and yell and holler and jump down the women's throats. But the men, he don't want no fight with none of these niggas at all. Like, that is wild. That's nuts. That is nuts. So you definitely aren't the only one that realizes that, for sure. You said Teresa, facts. You said fire live as usual, Cream Pre. Thank you very, very much. Definitely appreciate that. I'm actually about to end the show pretty soon, and that's to Mona DeLeon. So make sure that y'all go over and subscribe to Mona's channel so that we can be up on the season 2 of Vixen Chronicles, because clearly Mona got some chronicles coming up, okay? So we need to be over there taking a look at what's going on with the Vixen, okay? There's a lot more going on out here. You know what? I am not going to call them kids that. You said 4 kids, 3 baby daddies. What I heard is 4 baby daddies, but it could be 3, right? Like the 2 youngest kids are always going with their dad, quote unquote. But, he could be taking care of both of them, and it's really some other guy that's their father, right? Who knows? You said you knew what it was, right? You knew what it was, right? You said break it down, Pre. Okay, we had to break that shit down. We had to break that down. You said she was on BuzzFeed, y'all. Right. Remember? But the funny part about the BuzzFeed story is she was on BuzzFeed kind of going back and forth with a black church minister, a female church minister, and as her as a dominatrix against a church minister. That's what the conversation was about. They haven't had her on BuzzFeed since, and I dare her to prove that they have. You said publish, y'all. Published on BuzzFeed, y'all. Okay. You said Sunday vibes. You said, you said my opinion, Sunday vibes. Yes. You said I would never want to take care of another man's kids, especially 4. Heck nah. And I have 6 of my own, right? I have raised all of my kids. I never tried to get no niggas to come in and try to be their daddy or none of that bullshit. No, you got me fucked up, right? I'm going to take care of them. And, if I want to do me, you can't even come at my house. I got to go see you somewhere. I got to go come to your crib or something because you can't come over here. And then now that they grown, right? I only got 1 son that I'm raising. It's still the same way, but I don't want to be a stepmother either. You know what I'm saying? Like, if your kids are grown, that's a plus for me. You know what I mean? Or, and I ain't fucking with nobody, no young boys anyway. But if your kids are grown, that is a big plus because I ain't trying to be nobody's stepmom. Nah, it might work for some people, but for me, nah, I have my own family to raise. You know what I'm saying? I got to focus on them. I can't focus on somebody else's kids. Like, that's just me. Okay. Like, it is what it is. You said, damn, not one of these men married her. Okay. Not one. At least I was married. My husband passed away. Right. And that's fact. Like, since y'all be liking to doc shit and look shit up, look up my marriage license. Right. Shit. Because I am definitely a married woman and I'm widowed. I never got married again. Right. So yeah, you can look that shit up too, since y'all like to find shit. Right. At least you ain't even get married, girl. Shit. You said, who would want their family to know that they are dating a pregnant woman and a child is not theirs? Right. That's the thing, right? She told him that he was the daddy, like the grandma was telling us. And he thought he was the father too, because they were in a relationship. She was in a relationship with this older man, as you can see. He's much older than her, as Danny is. And she's just used to being with older men like that. And none of them want to marry her. They just want to pump and dump, and that's what happens. You said, heard it all before, okay? You said, Riz, especially if she doesn't even know who the fathers are. Right. That's the part. Like, she telling this nigga he the father, and the whole time it was the grandmother, Mrs. Figs. It was her son's child. Yeah. And the only reason we know that that's her name is because she ends up talking about, y'all got to go back to the Vixen Chronicles and look at it. She ends up telling us about, or you can go to Daryl Moore's channel and look at it because that's where it's original. She ends up telling about, she ends up telling us about how she got into this fight with Breakin'. Okay. And there's an actual case in the courts with that whole case, and her name and everything is in there. That's how I knew what her real name was and stuff. And yeah, all of that is verified information. That's how we know what Breaking the Culture's date of birth is. Even though she's trying to tell everybody she was born in November, she's fucking lying. Her birthday is this week coming. And I think it's tomorrow or something like that. You said, if I saw Breaking the Culture back when I was wilding out in Boston, she would have been a pump and dump. Okay, just say it. You said, Ray, a vibe, a vibe. You said, beautiful. You said, the son who she has with her now is not old enough. Exactly. Thank you, people. Thank you. Okay. My son is 14. He was born in 2009. That's easy, right? Her son, Michael, is the same age. He'll be 15 soon. He's 14. And he was born in 2009. Okay. And then she has Aiden, who was born, I believe, in 2007 or 6. It was 6 or 7. And yeah, so that's how that is. But this bitch is crazy. You said, exactly. You said, Riz, she would have gladly accepted. You said, the math ain't mathing. Okay, I'm just saying, nobody got to make up no shit about her. Like, but the stories are so crazy that a woman would deny and not only abandon her kids, right, but deny them. Like, it would be one thing if she got on here and was like, you know what, I do got these kids. I didn't take care of them. I was on some bullshit back in the day, whatever. And, you know, I regret that or whatever. I could see her saying that, you know what I mean? Some things, you know, you can look past, you can kind of move on, right? But it's the fact that she's like, they don't even exist. I don't know what you're talking about. I got 2 kids. That's all I got. Like, fuck these kids. Like, who does that to their real children? Even if you have abandoned them, you're still not going to deny their existence, right? Like, what? Where do they do that? How do they do that? How does she sleep at night? There's no way she sleeps at night. Because I know that their energy keeps her up. That's why she got with Stargate and shit in the middle of the night, because their energy keeps her up. For real. And she has to dump that negative energy on one of us or some of us to make herself feel just the slightest bit better. But her circumstances still haven't changed. Her children are still abandoned. Her children are still being denied. So that hasn't changed. And as long as that doesn't change, she's going to keep meeting the same negativity that she's been meeting. I don't give a fuck about anything she's trying to prove to us. She's fucking lying. Oh, God. You said, I stand with Mike. Okay? I stand with Mike. You said, Mona, LOL, dead ass. But honestly, I don't like women with flat asses. Laughing my ass off. You said, I will push anti propaganda all day, every day. No one is going to stop me from exercising my rights. Exactly, right? We just all get out here. Oh, I'm glad you're in the chat, Stefan. Let me get you this mod stick, because I've been trying to get you this mod stick. And Stefan, what the hell was you talking about? I'm the only person that has access to LV. I have never talked to LV a day in my life behind the scenes. LV, maybe you can rest with, you can let us know if I'm lying or not. But most definitely, Stefan, I was like, what are you talking about? T-Pre said this because T-Pre is the only one that has access to LV. I'm like, what? I don't know. Maybe you was trolling me at the time. I know you be trolling me from time to time. I'll be trolling you from time to time too. So I was thinking maybe he's just trolling, but I had to say something about that shit because I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay. I have no idea what you're talking about right now. But I'm glad that you're here because you don't have a mod stick. And every time I try to give you one, I can't because I'm always, it doesn't let me because I can't ever get your name up here. So let me go ahead while I got you in this chat to give you that. Okay, here you are right here. I was like, this nigga gotta be trolling me. I see you putting the laughy eyes up, man. I said, this nigga gotta be fucking trolling me because there's no way that he would be thinking some stupid shit like that, right? Like, oh, T-Pre. T-Pre telling LV this shit. I know it's her because she the only one that got access to it. I was like, yo, this nigga gotta be fucking trolling. You fucking money. But yeah, the tattoo just gives her the fuck away, right? Like that right there is just ridiculous. And there's too many other videos and stuff out here connecting the dots with all that shit. That hold on, y'all. Let me turn these notifications off because you know what? I'm gonna leave it on because I'm about to get off of here anyway. But anyway, yeah, the tattoo itself just gives her away. Like it's just the worst for her. You said Riz drop booties, right? Tears drop booties. I don't know what you're saying. You said Steph C. What's up, propane? You said diggable super facts. She got a tennis table booty. She got one of these McDonald's arch booties. Lambos and meltdowns. Okay, we got to be careful with what we say, or else your childhood trauma might be brought up. Okay, but our Lambos and our meltdowns, we like to talk about those things. Our Maseratis, okay, our friends that drive Maseratis out this bitch, we like to talk about them, and we still feel as though you need to at least go to a Lamborghini, dealership or something and take a picture. Okay. Something. Act like you in your garage with the Lambo. You ain't got to get in, and you can show us the steering wheel. You can get in there and show one to us, whatever you can do. You can take it for a test ride if they allow you to, but something's got to be done, Photania. Okay. Something has got to be done at this point. Okay. We're going to need to see the Lambo because you, sir, were the one that has been like throwing that all in our faces and how you drive a Lambo. You better than all of us. We ain't shit. We peons and minions and peons. That's your favorite word, peons and all this other stuff, right? So, we have been expecting to see at least a brownstone by now, or something. We haven't gotten the Lambo, the brownstone, the studios. We haven't gotten any of this stuff. Nothing. We did get a couple of famous people or famouser people, that came on the show that happen to be your family members, because you do have some family that are well known in the industry. But you, sir, yeah, we're gonna need to get the Lambo at this point. Okay, like you have to, Okay, so it just is what it is. But shout out to all the Lambos and the Maserati drivers out here. It is what it is. I ain't got either one of them cars, and I damn sure ain't got $90,000 to just drop on one of them bitches. Okay, I don't have it like that. No, sir. No. Not to just drop on one of those. Okay, no. I ain't balling like that. So shout out to all the ballers and all them out here. Appreciate you, Bestie and Photania. Anyway, you said Rizzo, my nigga. You said Logic was popping. You said Propane. You said always a pleasure, Wolf. You said Logic, absolute, my Wolf. You said she got so many different accents, okay? Child. She done gave us, let's see, we went through New York, New Jersey, Cincinnati, Cleveland, because they have an accent too. She done went through Las Vegas, California, okay? Like pretty much everywhere in the 50 continental United States, she has given us an accent from there, okay? She comes from Iowa if she wants to talk a certain way, there's a lot of stuff that she'll do, just a lot of stuff that she'll do. You said Propane Oak Lane. You said beautiful. You said look at the cop caller binary, okay? You said little knockout part Triggs. You said weirdo behavior, okay? You said binary built like he'll solve Biggie's murder, okay? You said Mona T vibes. I need to try that. You said I love the graphics. Oh, that's what's up. You said lion ass, right? You said Stephen Facts. I can't wait to get a PC laptop again. So much control with graphics and things. MacBooks are ass. Oh yeah, I done gave up on my Mac. That Mac is sitting in the corner over there. I ain't even fucking with that shit. I'm just so tired of it. And then the whole point that Apple does is they create products that they know are going to need work and are going to need help. And, and they'll leave those backlogs back there. Shout out to people that I know that work for Apple, because y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about. They will leave backlogs in the back until a new update comes out. And then by then, you're going to need to get a new device. Like, that's just what they do. You said, no, I accept not going on no more panels. Okay, well, if that's up to you, you have the right to do that. You're entitled to that. But just know that you are very much loved in the sector by most of us, and that we really do fuck with you. And all of us should be able to take constructive criticism, right? Because I can take constructive criticism. I know the difference though when somebody is trying to just be critical, right, and trying to be disrespectful. I get that, and you don't deserve that. You do deserve though constructive criticism, because if we didn't give a fuck about you, we wouldn't tell you shit. We wouldn't care, you know. Um, but I think I give that, and I think that you deserve that. You say, yeah, Riz, I need to get another laptop. I bought a Chromebook, but I can't stream on it. It's crap. Yeah, Chromebooks ain't shit. They feel like kids in school, pretty much. You say it's hard to hear what is being said. Okay, well, I'll have to play it again at another time. But it's also in the Vixen Chronicles, so you're welcome to go there. You can also go over to Daryl Moore's channel because he has it on his. I think it's called Under Elephant Pregnancy. I believe that's the one it is. But yeah, you guys are welcome to go listen to it over there as well. And you said Diggable Logic. You said Stephen, Chromebooks are garbage. Get a Dell. Why I hate MacBooks is because you can't upgrade the random access memory. RAM is the heart of what makes software running flawless. Exactly. And I have an HP, and it's one of them touch screens. And I actually want to put this down too, because this one gets on my nerves. It has really great memory and stuff, but it's just irritating. And I just need something else. Now I've been used to this for so long now that now I just, I want to upgrade this shit. This is irritating. You said, damn, just giving babies away like kittens, okay? Like they puppies and whatnot. And like you can just forget about them. Like you don't even got to remember that they existed. You know what I'm saying? That shit is just nuts, yeah? You said, Mona, she got like 4 litters, okay? You said, I'll be back. This is a bit too much for me, child. You know it. You said, it's so funny how she likes to act like these things aren't out there. Right. Like, that's the part. I think she thinks we would have never came across it. I know she was shitting her pants when Daryl Moore and all of them showed up in my chat room that day. I was doing the Vixen Chronicles. I think it was Vixen Chronicles 2 we were on. And a whole bunch of people from the church sector came over here. It was even Knockout Media came in the chat. And they ended up arguing back and forth about mail fraud and all this other bullshit. But we took it right back to the Vixen, okay? And yeah, that was some shit. I know she was pissing in her pants when she saw Daryl Moore pull up in my shit, because she's scared to death of Daryl Moore. Like, she's scared to shock him. She's more scared of Daryl Moore. Like, she don't mention him at all. She don't talk about him. She don't, because that nigga went in on her ass, okay? And he's not the only one. I just stopped short of a lot of stuff that I do know. And you know what? I'm telling you what the spirit told me. My work is done. I don't need to do anything else because there's a lot more coming. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'm going to just leave that where it's at then, honey, okay? You said, Mona on Dead Dogs, just saying. You said, I'm sure Aiden got a Facebook. I'm gonna skip right on past that shit. You said, fam, I'm not judging. I made a lot of mistakes in life, but I learned that the decisions you make today, you live with tomorrow. I'm just saying that is 100% facts, especially when you keep shitting on the universe with it, right? Like, it's one thing to, be actually doing the right thing in life. Or if you did wrong back in the day and then you try to fix it later on and you do the right thing, it's one thing to be doing that. It's another thing to be consistently doing the bullshit, right? And constantly doing the bullshit, even down to denying the existence of your own children. All of us would move on, right? If she said, I don't have my kids, they're with somebody else, I pay child support for them, I take care, whatever. If that was the case, we all might have our little judgments and everything. And I even told her that. I told her personally that. We would have our little judgments and everything. I might look at you sideways, but I'm not going to hold that against you. That's your life. That's your decision to do that to your children. But, or for that to be happening between you and your kids, that's on you. But it's another level of evil and demonic energy for her to just be like, they don't even exist. But I'm living in this luxury apartment with this guy who calls me a hot wife who's fucking me and his friends in the apartment where I got the 2 kids that I will tell y'all about in, living in the same room in bunk beds, But, I'm living this great life while I'm abandoning 2 kids and denying their existence. That is the demonic part about it. That's the part I can't get past, right? That's the part I couldn't fuck with her no more on. Once I heard that shit and I heard that conversation from that grandmother and then all that other stuff started coming out, I could not fuck with that bitch at all. Like, I didn't want nothing to do with her at all. You say, yeah, damn police are going door to door, making sure that the kids who live in that house ain't hers, right? They're going to be like, let me find out. We need a DNA test on all the kids in America to make sure that they're not her kids. Well, I did it, so now I know. Let me write you a report to let you know that you can show the internet that your kids don't exist because I said it. Get the fuck out of here, dumb bitch. Like we haven't seen her actually create police reports in the past. I've seen her do that. And shout out to who else seen it because I sent it to you. You said season 2 gang, LOL. You said Steph Binary will call those cops. Okay, just saying. You said I only started watching Faux Thang, that thong because Faux Thong because I found out he was saying my name randomly out in thin air. You, me, every woman that he just likes taking his little baby microaggressions out on females. But when the men come with the same energy, that nigga runs off the panel, cries for days, goes on Maserati meltdowns, Lambo meltdowns, all kinds of shit happens. Like, it's just crazy. You said, Steph, baby, let that booty do. Let that booty do, right? My sister voice. You said has she ever responded about the tattoo? Nope. Maybe you could ask her about it because you be talking to her sometimes. You said, how many baby fathers are there? Oh, you know what? I did ask her if she had a tattoo on her arm because I was told about it. And I had seen it. But she has 2 on that arm. She has 1. Let me see if I can show it to y'all. Yeah, she got 1 right there, 2 on her wrist. And then she's got 1 on that shoulder. I didn't see the shoulder tattoo, but I did see the wrist tattoo, right? And I remember her, and she has 1 on her leg or some shit too. But I remember her telling me she got a tattoo of her brother on, and so that's what I thought. And I told, the people that told me about it, I was telling them that's her brother. And they're like, no, that's her son. And I'm like, listen, I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm going back and forth with them. But come to find out, listen, this story does not believable unless you get receipts. Am I lying? I'm just saying. Like, you need receipts on this crazy ass story about her in order for you to believe it. And once I got the receipts, I couldn't unsee or unhear what I had heard. You know what I mean? I couldn't pretend that that wasn't true. And when I asked her about it, she still doubled down on these kids not existing, right? Like she did. And I couldn't fuck with that. I can't fuck with that shit. I have no respect for that shit at all. Period. On God. On dogs. He said, Steph, oh, that's it. Read that part. And then you said, how many baby fathers are there? There's at least 3. There might be 4. There's a rumor out that there's 4, but there's at least 3 baby fathers. You said your husband was there to the end. Hers got a new bottom girl. Okay, I'm just saying. You said, shout out to the moms raising their children and not giving them away like used shoes. Okay, I'm just saying. Like, I never gave my kids away to no fucking body. No fucking body. I took care of them. I had to hustle day and fucking night to make sure they was good. On God. I don't know what it's like not to. You said your husband was there to the end. Hers got a new bottom girl. Right. You said, I'm glad I was given away like an old shoe. My life would have been hell otherwise. Yeah, how about that? And it's funny because perhaps Aiden and Michael are better off without her too, right? I mean, obviously they are, But, God knows what type of trauma that they'll experience in life behind not having their dumbass mother in their life, And then once they Google her and find out how much of a whore this bitch is, right? And how much bullshit she's been into. Her bitch ass boyfriend can't even fucking pay for her to have her fucking name and shit fucking scrubbed from the internet. All her shit. Like that's how much he invests in her motherfucking crusty ass while he got her sucking everybody's fucking dick in the dungeon. Nasty bitch. You said giving, not giving. Okay. You said, I wonder when she started denying the existence. Was it when she got with Danny? He didn't want all those black children around. That's a good question. Maybe we'll do some digging, but I do know that she's been denying their existence for a long time. I know it's been at least 4 or 5 years. She's always been, since she's been on the internet, she's been trying to say she only has 2 kids. But she has 4. She has 4, and she doesn't take care of, she only takes care of 2, and she barely takes care of them. But that's a good question though, Stephanie. And she's been with Danny for about that time, maybe 5 years or so, 4 or 5 years she's been with him. And so, yeah, that's possible. That's very possible. We don't know. That's a good question though. But I do know that she's been without them and abandoning them since they were little, since they were babies, both of them. So, and she hasn't been back around either one of them since. So, and one of the kids, she didn't deny Michael, but she had told Facebook that Michael had died. That's how Victor Cousins was saying that that's how he learned about Michael Sr., because little did he know, Braken didn't expect Victor to go down to the funeral home and go pay for the services. She never expected that. She just thought Victor Cousins was going to have sympathy for her, that this quote unquote baby had passed away and all this stuff. Yeah, she told the public that her son had died. Yeah. Okay. The same way she says her mom is dead. Come to find out, her mom allegedly is living in Vegas. And her friend Mel, her best friend Mel, had supposedly died too. No, Mel just don't fuck with that bitch no more. So now she's dead too. So Braken has a history of telling people that people have died when they haven't, and different things like that. She just does weird shit. So, but it's possible that she started denying them. That's just as bad as saying they're dead, right? Denying them, once she got with Danny. That's possible. But she's been out of their life ever since they were born, like 2 months into their life. He says she chopped and screwed some stuff to make it look like Carrie said F them kids, but she really did say F them kids, right? Like, she's really not in their life. Really not in their life, man. Don't make no goddamn sense. He said, Jesus. He said he was trolling. Yeah, he had to be trolling. He said, I've never heard of a mother denying the existence of her children. Hey, Miss Mary Alice, you said, I just never heard of this. I can't even understand it. Women even claim miscarried. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Mary Alice, because women will even claim a child that they have miscarried. They will claim a child that they have, even a child that they had an abortion, right? They would say, hey, yeah, I was pregnant, but I had an abortion. You know what I mean? They wouldn't just, oh, yeah, that kid I never had this baby. Like, I only had 2 kids when you really only had 4, right? Where do they do? I've never heard of anything like this ever in my life. I've never heard of anything like this. Like, this should be a Lifetime movie. This should be a Lifetime movie, because I've never, ever, ever heard of anything like this. Ever in my life. I appreciate the super chat, Mona DeLeon. You said, because people didn't know I went live, but I knew I dropped a little coin. I appreciate that very, very much that you are sending me that $20 super chat. You said Trigger Man ain't even got a Maserati factory or nothing, right? That's why we mad, because he don't own the Maserati factory, right? But he got a Maserati. How dare he show us that Maserati, shitting on all the little people, like he said, right? But yet Photon been shitting on us, just talking shit, and ain't showed us that Lambo yet, right? Just saying. Uh-oh, let me be quiet before he be talking about my grandfather this afternoon. You said he don't build Maseratis by hand, though. You know that, right? Why am I yelling? You said something like a phenomenon. You said, I still flip that lock. I don't need no bins, okay? You said Ray Triggs is the boss. You said another great receipt show. Thank you, Stefan, for the $9.99 super chat. I definitely appreciate the super chats and all of the support, guys. We're about to be out of here. You said at beautiful. You said, thank God that Cat Stacks isn't from Baltimore. She'll be saying everything with a U. I sucked you. You said, facts, Godmother. I'm trying to tell people that Apple sucks all their products. Oh, God, except the Apple Watch. I do like that. I do like the watch. But everything else, that can suck ass. And even the watch you don't need either. It's just another Apple product. You said, if she do a Minnesota, I'll die. Okay. Minnesota. She got to get up here and say, Minnesota, Aiden don't exist. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. What you're talking about. Okay. You said pregnancy. Goddamn. Okay. Just saying. ARAB, what's happening? You said, why is Smoke calling CPS on Photon? I'm not touching that shit. I do know that Smoke had played a video of Photon telling his son that allegedly telling his child, I don't know, because Photon be like doing the dumb shit. Photon has a problem with trolling and then taking the video down as if what he has said has not been recorded already and is going to come up at a very inopportune time, right? Like, so it happened to be so that Photon was probably more than likely trolling. I don't know, but he probably was. I'm pretty sure he wasn't talking to his child at all. And I think he was probably trolling Stargate, right? Because Stargate will, put off her child. She has been seen putting Protostar off to get on, to be online and to be talking crazy shit. So she's been known to do that in the past. So I think that was probably at a time he was trolling her. And that probably is not really something he really said to his real son. I can't see Photon doing that. I've actually met Photon in person. He's not anything like he is in real life, in real life, like he is on here on YouTube, unless he really is, and I just didn't know it. But what I met and what I saw and the conversations I had with him, it wasn't anything like this, right? It wasn't anything chaotic at all. He didn't seem like he was on cocaine or nothing crazy, or nothing like that. So, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he gets on cocaine and then gets on here, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever, but I don't know. But I don't think he would really say something like that to one of his kids. I don't. I honestly, I got to vouch for him on that. You said, Riz, yeah, for gig RAM is trash. I need at least an 8 to go live. Yep. You said, she's watching all this in the clouds. Okay, of course she is. Taking notes, ready to come up with the next Splice and Dice video. You said, Stefan, not even 8. You can upgrade it to 16 gigs. Yep. You said, Danny looks like he's 57. I think he is 57. I'm pretty sure he's between 56 and 57. So, yeah, I think you're right. You said, what's a good one to start with, Riz? You said, what's Aiden's last name? She said his name in the video. So let me see if I can find. I had a timer with that on there. So let me look and see if I can find that. And I'll just upload that real quick. And then play it. If I can find it, I'll play it. And then let me read these last 2 comments, and then I'm gonna see. You said, I totally agree, Diggable. I'm not going to say his last name, but the grandmother did say it. So I'm going to let y'all hear it for yourselves. You said, imagine going through childbirth twice and saying you never went through it. I will say she looks good to have 4 kids. She does. Absolutely. Like I look good to have 6 kids, honey. You said, Stefan, 8 gigabytes is good to start, but remember, you can always upgrade to 16. That's the beauty of it. And obviously, if you want to get more, get a custom built PC for like 2,000, plenty out there. Oh yeah. You said, and so she takes care of the 2 youngest because she couldn't drop them off on someone. So I'll tell you this, their dad is in the military, allegedly their dad. Okay. From what I heard, I've heard 2 stories. I heard that there's 2 kids, but there's 2 dads between the 2 kids, and one of the fathers doesn't take care of the youngest, okay, or something like that. But the other father is in the military, and he's willing to take care of both, okay? So I don't know if that's true, whether he's actually their biological father, both of them, or he's one of their biological father and taking care of the other. But he does take care of them. right? And he's really in their life. Like they're back and forth between her and him. So I can't say whether or not they're with her full time, right? She acts like they are, but she's always on here doing the fuck shit. She's always doing some other shit, day drinking and do up all kinds of the night and all kinds of shit like that at weird inopportune times. And it's just strange, just from her being a consistent parent with kids that age. It doesn't, the stuff that she doesn't match up with what we see online. So I don't know, right? I do know that he has them often. I know that. I do know that. And I know that based on the living conditions they have, like the fact that they sleep in the same bedroom and that they sleep on bunk beds, makes it really difficult to believe that they live with her full time. You know what I mean? That's why I think they don't live with her full time as well. You said, you are stupid. What's up, Eyes? Appreciate you being in the building. You said, shit, Anti posted a whole video with government documents she photoshopped. Okay. You said, Pre, do you still have my number? I'm going to text you. I need some info. I have, let me look real quick, Steph. I might still have your number because I have a different phone now. So you might have to email me your number. But let me look real quick. See if I still got you in my contacts, because sometimes I don't be having my contacts updated. Hold on, y'all. Let me know if your phone is ringing. Oh no, that's not your number. Okay, that's not your number. So yeah, you gotta email me your number, and then I'll email you. Just email me your number, and then we'll go ahead and go from there. You said she definitely hiding those kids from Danny. Okay, okay. You said, does Danny have his own children? Nope, he has no kids at all. You said Eyes. You said a question for Mona. I know you said you don't think Breaking is black, but do you believe her children are at least? You said Carrie Ann is live. Okay, we about to go over there to Carrie Ann's. You said beautiful Bernice. You said I love Apple. Apple are like Hondas, very dependable. Oh no. I can't stand Apple. You said exactly Steph Collins. You said I'm dedicated to PC and Android. Me too. You said them 4 kids slid out the womb like a fat oiled up sumo wrestler in an ice skating ring. You said I'll email you. All right, guys, we out of here. I appreciate y'all for being in the building. Make sure y'all hit the like button on the way out. And guys, I will talk to y'all later. And again, thank y'all for watching. And we are out of here. Peace, guys.
Who have had nothing but negative to say about me, I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray for you. And then when it comes to Michael Henderson trying to slander me and all this other extra stuff, first of all, let's address that real quick. Michael, stop. You and I have been broken up since 2010. You just want to be relevant in my life. You seen that I got published, and as soon as you saw that I got published, you went straight to my sister and tried to send her this bogus ass thing, trying to slander me and dog me because you saw that I had finally made it in my career and I'm doing something well. You and I have been broken up. I did not pin a baby on you. Stop saying I pinned a baby on you. You knew what it was, just like my sister went out on a limb, and she didn't even have to justify it or say anything because I didn't give a fuck. Because you've been trying to be relevant for years and you're not. Quit trying to make everything about you. This has nothing to do with you. This is about Victor, not you. You know damn well you knew that he was not yours. You wanted to be with me and you wanted to be a family. You didn't want your family to know that you were with a woman that was with child. That's what happened. You got butthurt because you put your hands on me. Because I tried to go to a party with Renika, and her mom and Bubba and Nika had to come and get me from your house, and I moved out. I don't know what I was doing at the time, but you had Junior. You told us to leave Junior, and we were supposed to come and get him in a couple days from you because I had just moved out the house. You wanted to spend some time with him. After that happened, you quote unquote would have got a DNA test that no one's ever seen. and left my son sitting in my sister's parking lot is what you did. And that was that. Like, stop. Don't make it seem like that it was something that it was not. Don't do that. Actually, Victor Cousins just jumped in my inbox telling me that I need to stop and I clearly need help and all this and all that. I need help, Vic, but are we all lying? That's all I want to know.